Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from a nearly empty classroom discussing the 2025 horror film, Weapons. This film was written and directed by Zach Cregger. After the success of Cregger's first film, Barbarian, Weapons was a highly anticipated follow-up. Despite delays in production, this film rose to the occasion, easily becoming a fan favorite for the year and further cementing Cregger as a must-watch horror director. With its unique story and quirky narrative style, a properly weighted blend of scares, laughs, and gore, committed performances from its talented cast, and a new horror icon in the character of Aunt Gladys, this film still manages to provide sobering commentary simmering just below its surface. As a result, Weapons is not a film to be holstered. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Katie Face, Hannah, Gordon Sutherland, Itzy M, Paunchy Cat, Cookie, AV, Franklin Badge, Megan M, Jason the Ghost, Halisa, Lisa Misfit, Megatron, Solomon, George L. Robertson, Beth Bauer, Megan Martinez, Amy, Raspberry, Stevie B, Topher Williams, Tommy Norcal, Martin Shaw, and Sandy. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Weapons the first time you saw it?
I remember watching this in the theater. I went with my oldest son, John, and Jackson, and we went to go check it out. And so the movie has a bit of a little special place for me. You know what I mean? We went out. We went and watched it, and like I said, it was an experience. I will say the movie was entertaining, and I didn't know how to feel when I first watched it, and I was like, that wasn't too bad, and watched it again, and watching it for the show, I don't know if I like it as much. I'll be honest. I was entertained. I did have fun with some things, and there were times when I was yelling at the TV. But I think there was a point where it hit, and I was like, I don't know if I'm having as much of a good time as I did before. But I mean, even with that, everybody does what they're supposed to do. The movie looks cool. The movie looks great. Everything looks really cool. But there's a couple of, not everybody's great in the movie. So,
I would argue that no one.
Well,
You mean character-wise?
right,
Yes.
character-wise. Yeah, character-wise. The characters are not like, I was like, God damn, it's really hard for me to feel, a certain way or whatever. But it is an entertaining movie. I will give it that, and it is fun. I like what it's got, but I think it was I had a little less enjoyment this time.
Similarly to what you had mentioned, I had a very special first viewing of this film as well, because whenever Jules and I were in Belgrade in this past August, we got to go see this together at the movie theater.
Okay.
And because of that, I think that it is implicitly special, like every moment rewatching it for the show.
Okay.
I remember looking over or cracking little jokes, because that was the other thing, is that the theater was empty.
Yeah.
Except for us.
Okay.
But I think that rewatching it for the show, I feel like I enjoyed it as much as I did the first time.
Okay.
Maybe I think getting to appreciate different aspects of it a little bit more, because I was a lot of the time focused on Jules and being very happy about that.
Yeah.
This time I was more seeing different things and how things worked, or maybe how certain things are telegraphed.
Right.
And you kind of, at least for me, I had more appreciation for the mystery at the heart of it.
Okay.
And the way that it unfolds. And I have to say, as you were, entertained throughout.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in this story from the start, and the way that it unfolds, and what we learn is at its center, and actually what is happening. I never could have predicted in a million years.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea where it was going, and that is such a refreshing feeling when watching a film, especially a new film.
Right.
Where it's just like, you are along for the ride, and anything could possibly happen, and something that does happen, it's so shocking to me. But it's also, in its own way, it's very dark, but it's also somehow a lot of fun still.
Right.
Which is a really hard balance to strike. And you think about Zach Cregger, his background, and like very similarly, we talked about on Barbarian, we talk a lot about Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
Where it is this marriage where comedy and horror are so interlinked in the rhythm of how things progress, and kind of relies on a similar language, even though they're kind of opposites.
Yeah.
It still is able to elicit these kinds of reactions from an audience, and that's really all it's about. But I think that my biggest takeaway from this film, as far as what I enjoyed the most, has to be the nonlinear storytelling.
Okay.
I love the way that this is broken down into chapters.
Yeah.
And I love how viewing this story through these different chapters offers differing perspectives.
Yes.
And dynamics depending on how it's shot.
Yeah. No, I will agree with that.
It's so interesting, and I don't know. I don't know what that stems from. I think of maybe that show of 100 and however many stories in Springfield when we were children. I feel like that, I don't remember the number. I'm a bad Simpsons fan today.
It doesn't matter.
But it puts me in the mind of that, where you see one thing happening and it's all these different things depending on who you are and how you're viewing the world.
Right.
And I think that there are a lot of really bold choices when it comes to the cinematography, in the way that they kind of get into the mindsets of these characters, even the way that their segments are shot.
Okay.
And it's just so impressive. And I don't know. And the score, too. The score is brilliant.
The score's great.
Yeah.
It's not what you would expect in a film like this, or in a horror film, period. It's very unique. And I think that it's something that you can really take away from it and say that is like singularly weapons.
Right.
And the performances.
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically, Julia Garner and Amy Madigan. I feel like they are fantastic in this film. If there is a character to say that is like the least worst, I would say it's Julia Garner's character.
I'm going to have to disagree with you 1,000%
I'm not sure about that either.
Well, I'll stand alone. I don't give a shit.
That's fine. You can stay over there.
Yeah.
I think that everyone is pretty terrible, but that is part of what I like about this, is because there are moments where you feel badly for them, and the moments where it's like, oh no, like you kind of fucking suck.
Yeah.
She sucks. They all suck. You know what I mean? Except the child.
Yes, yeah.
He's doing his best.
He's like, hey.
Yeah. He did nothing wrong. I actually had a special experience in viewing this film as well. It's the first movie I ever went to completely by myself, and there was nobody else in the theater. So I felt like a fucking queen. I sat in the back. I laughed. It was amazing. I loved it. That's something I want to do more this year is just to go.
Do it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had a blast. But yeah, I really loved this. I loved it when I saw it in, my private theater that I watched it in. And I loved it rewatching it for the show and working on it. I think that there are so many layers to this film, that there's more underneath the surface that you don't even need to get into if you don't want to get into it. I think, and like you said, T, I'm a huge fan of nonlinear storytelling, of like unconventional storytelling, where you see something and you're like, well, what the hell was that? Okay, whatever. And then 45 minutes later, you're like, oh, that's what that was. And this moment that was kind of off, but not enough to take you out of anything, but now you understand it.
Yeah.
I think all of the performances are fantastic. Like I was saying, I love that they all kind of suck. I love that there's not a good guy and a bad guy. And even the good guys have some horrible qualities about them.
Right.
Like I think that is, it makes for interesting viewing, because you're not, oh, I'm full. It's this person against this person. It's like, oh no, this horrible thing is happening and this person is on the right side of things. That doesn't mean they're handling things the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think that it's very interesting. I think that Cregger writes really interesting characters, and characters that kind of challenge you in that way of, oh, I like them, but actually, maybe I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know. I had a really good time with this, revisiting it, watching it the first time. There are visuals that will stick with you, characters that will stick with you. I just think that it's not what you're expecting it to be at all when you sit down. And I tried to know as little as possible. But you see the title, you know what I mean? And then the story starts. And I love a mystery. So you're along for this ride of what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
And then to my surprise, what is going on is one of my favorite things in horror. So it's like, wow, thanks, Zach. You know what I mean? Like, I think that this is a lot of fun. Is it perfect? I wouldn't say that it's perfect. I think that you got to suspend a lot of disbelief.
Yeah,
and that's just what it is. This story is, while the characters feel grounded and real and how flawed they are, the story itself, it's very over the top, and you just need to accept that there are things where, well, actually, somebody would have showed up. Yeah, I know.
Of course they would.
Yeah, I know. People would have been arrested by now. I know that things would happen. I know this little boy would have been taken into somebody's custody. I know that logically these things would not happen. But in the context of this film, it is fun to watch. And like T was saying, there are very dark moments, and what is happening at the core of this film is fucking awful.
Yeah.
But there are still moments of comedy that really land. Like, I don't know. And then like finding out what happens to people, and then we rewind and see how their day started, or like, I just really enjoy stuff like that. And I think that him choosing to tell the story in that way really, really paid off for me.
The comedy helped a lot. I will say that. The comedy, what is, I guess, I don't know if it's supposed to be funny or if it's not, but there is a lot of laughing. There's a lot of fun
I think
to be
that
had.
just speaks to his roots. I think that he just knows how to walk that line.
And something else regarding how it is broken up into chapters, the pacing of this film is incredible. It does not feel its runtime at all.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that is true.
If I was told this was 90 minutes, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
because it really flies.
Yeah, it doesn't feel long at all.
I'm really excited to talk about it. I do obviously want to get into the production first. I got my information from a behind the scenes featurette called Texture of Terror, and I read interviews and articles in Entertainment Weekly, The Hollywood Reporter, Collider, Vanity Fair, Inverse, and Fangoria.
Okay.
So to start with, the very sad source of inspiration for this film started before Barbarian even came out. After it was shot and while it was being edited, Zach Cregger's best friend and Whitest Kids You Know collaborator, Trevor Moore, unexpectedly passed away.
So sad.
Yes. Cregger said that it was an indescribably shocking and devastating loss, and the way that he coped was diving into writing. He used the story he was concocting as a way to process his grief. He said he had no ambition and no goal. He was just writing with no outline, similar to the way that he did with Barbarian. It started with the idea of one character, who we meet first, and slowly spiraled out into these several entwining stories, and eventually he did have what would become his second feature film. After Barbarian's success, making $45.4 million on its $4.5 million budget,
Damn.
Yeah.
several studios and producers were very interested in whatever Cregger was making next. He said that he decided he would give everyone an equal chance. So using a program, he was able to release the screenplays securely to all of them at once.
Okay.
He said that they made weapons available at 8 a.m. on a Monday morning. And by 9:30, the co-chief at Warner Brothers, Mike DeLuca, called him and said, "We want to make this movie with you." A bidding war commenced, and New Line Cinema would win, partnering with Warner Brothers to release Weapons. Other notable studios took part in this bidding war, including Universal and Jordan Peele's Monkey Paw Productions.
Oh, okay.
It is reported as well, although never explicitly stated, that Jordan Peele loved Barbarian so much and wanted Weapons so badly that he ended up firing 2 of his managers when they lost it.
Oh,
Wild.
The reasons for firing aren't confirmed, but the firings absolutely are. That happened.
damn.
And it's a little messy because one of the people that Jordan Peele fired is also actually Zach Cregger's manager too. So it's a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so they could have made it work.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. But anyway, allegedly.
Yes, yes, yes.
Anyway, New Line and Warner Brothers win. They launch a website, which I didn't know until I was researching this. I would have liked to have known because
Yeah.
it was really cool. But it was maybrookmissing.com, where the stories of missing children are reported, as well as an article about a woman named Tess Marshall and a discovery she made at an Airbnb.
Very
Huh.
cool.
But there is a lot of buzz. Everything is off to a great start. Cregger casts his film and announcements are made with his cast. Pedro Pascal, Renata Reinsva, Brian Tyree Henry, Tom Burke, and then the strike happens. Everything comes to a screeching halt. And as we just talked about on an episode of Talk Mortem, Pedro Pascal's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah.
He stays booked and busy. He is a busy man. So once they were able to begin production post-strike, his schedule threw everyone else's out of whack. And by the time he finally had to drop out because it just wasn't going to happen, Cregger had lost his entire cast, except for one person who we'll talk about later.
I can't even imagine how devastating that must feel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially with how far along you already are in the pre-production.
Yeah.
And like writing these characters and then seeing them embodied in these actors that you've hired, like that's got to be so exciting. Like that would suck. I think that the cast that he ended up with was spot on.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine how badly that would fucking bum you out.
Oh, no. Yeah.
And then having to start over. Like,
Yeah.
but with no other recourse, Cregger recasts his film and they get to work. They filmed in Georgia from May to July of 2024. It was initially supposed to be released this month, January 2026. But the reception from test audiences was so positive that they moved it up to August 8th, 2025.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
This movie wouldn't even exist to us yet.
No.
As we sit here recording it. Isn't that wild?
It
Yeah.
is.
But upon its release, it would make $269 million against its $38 million budget.
Damn.
That's even better than...
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, wildly successful. And while Cregger is currently busy with his Resident Evil reboot, there is already talk of a Weapons prequel. It was featured on many favorites lists for 2025 horror. Weapons-inspired costumes were a Halloween staple for the year, and it was so requested here that after today, Pod Mortem will have covered it for their very first episode in 2026.
Yeah.
So happy New Year, and let's get into it. Now, before we move in with this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's run away. Over the production vanity plates, we hear the rising chorus of children laughing, squealing, screaming, playing. It suddenly dies away as the screen goes black. A narrator, played by Scarlett Cher, speaks in the small, hushed voice of a child. She tells us that this is a true story. It happened right here in her town 2 years ago. She reveals that a lot of people died in a lot of really weird ways in this story, but you're not going to find it in the news. The police and the top people in this town were so embarrassed that they weren't able to solve it that they covered everything up. But if you come to the town and ask anyone, they'll tell you exactly what she's about to tell you right now. She shares, "This story started in my school." We press in on Maybrook Elementary during drop-off. Cars clutter the front parking lot. Buses unload students, and kids walk toward the doors, backpacks bouncing on their little backs. The narrator says that the elementary school teaches kindergarten through 5th grade, and this one Wednesday was like a normal day for the whole school. As lines of students enter through the doors, filing into their classrooms, we follow Justine Gandy, played by Julia Garner, as she walks down the center of the hall.
Julia Garner, she was in Ozark.
Yes.
2017 to 22. She was also in Wolfman in 25.
I'm sorry, Lee.
I still haven't seen it. Oh, but she was in the Fantastic Four First Steps in 2025. That just came out.
Oh, hey, there you go.
That's good.
I haven't seen it, but
Yeah, no, it's great.
oh, good.
Isn't Pedro in that?
That's right.
Very busy man.
Very busy man. Booked and busy. Cregger had said that he was skeptical about casting her because he thought she was simply too young for the part.
Huh.
But he said he was really glad that he got over it because he now can't see it being anybody but her.
Okay.
I think maybe something about her age even adds to some of the dynamics later that work really well.
I agree.
Okay.
But we are behind her, trailing her short blonde curls, as the narrator informs us that she was a new teacher, and on this day, she was going to her classroom, like she did every morning. But as Justine leaves the hall, turning into her classroom, the narrator reveals that today was different. Justine walks into the class, her bag slung over her shoulder and her books clutched to her chest, as the narrator continues. Today, none of her kids were there. All of the other classes had all of their kids, even Mrs. Belt, the other 3rd grade teacher. She had her whole class. Mrs. Gandy's room, though, was totally empty. Except not totally. As Justine walks among the empty desks, we peer past her to find the lone remaining student, sitting in the very back row, his eyes forward and his shark-themed backpack dutifully hung from the back of his chair. This is Alex Lilly, played by Carrie Christopher.
Carrie Christopher, he's in 58 episodes of Days of Our Lives from 2020 to 2025.
What the hell? He's just a baby. But the narrator says that Alex was the only kid in his class of 18 that showed up that day. And do you know why? She says that he was the only one there because the night before at 2:17 a.m., every other kid got out of bed, went downstairs, opened the front door, walked across the front yard and into the dark. We see this pulling back from the red numbers of a digital bedside clock, alerting 2:17. We pan over a child's room, down the stairs, through the living room where the front door stands open. We look out into the darkness of a residential street where the memories of rainfall still puddle in the road. We pass through the door, lingering on the street just beyond the front lawn, the streetlights glowing in the darkness as the narrator concludes. And they never came back. Beware of Darkness by George Harrison begins to play as we float along a street. A little boy opens his front door, still clad in his pajamas. He sprints into the night, his bare feet carrying him away from his house as he spreads his arms wide. Another child does the same. Then another, their shadow just a ghost behind them, trailing along the fence of their home. Security lights illuminate the children, but they run, undeterred, venturing far from their homes, each of them spreading their arms out identically wide, each of them still wearing their pajamas, running through driveways and wet grass, their bare feet slapping the street, each of them disappearing into the darkness. They fade away, and we are treated to the title against a black screen, a cool, glowing electric blue. Weapons. A triangle blooms in the center of the O.
This disappearance sequence is so beautifully shot.
Yes.
And it's so captivating as far as capturing you to be a part of this mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is such a wild and weird fucking thing that we're witnessing.
It is. And I think if they were running like Walter from Get Out, when he's just chopping, he's just hauling out stuff, I think that would have been like, oh my God. I think the way they're running here, it is like you're saying, it makes you interested. What is this?
Yeah.
Like what's happening?
Because it's not, I mean, it's like, unless you're like the Naruto kid.
No,
it's not the way you typically run. So why are they all doing that?
Yeah.
Like it's like trance-like. It's very eerie. Mm-hmm. And the song being played, it just everything really works.
Mm-hmm. And I think the thing as well is you can already start to see potential political messaging through this film in the use of this song, and we see all these nations' flags at the beginning.
Right.
Okay.
And so if you want to start digging deeper or maybe put some meaning behind what you're witnessing, you can. Mm-hmm. But on its face just alone, it's like disturbing because it's like, well, they're not, at least visually what we're seeing right now, they're not being taken.
Yeah.
They're not being kidnapped.
Right.
They're leaving.
And they're all doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. I did want to talk about the music of this film very quickly, because before George Harrison kicks in, we have this really like hypnotizing tinkling of like a lullaby, if I recall. Mm-hmm. I was captivated by the music throughout because of just how minimal it was.
Right.
And I think that was one of the things that really impressed me the most, is that was always their intention.
Okay.
The composers of this film were Ryan and Hayes Holiday, who did some work on Barbarian.
Okay.
But also Zach Cregger.
Oh.
Which surprised me.
Yeah.
And they had said that it was a really interesting creative process because whenever they first got together and started talking about their ideas for the score, it was all meant to be this very minimalistic thing. They had talked about different ideas based simply on the script alone before pre-production really even got going. And so they had already planned for what they had hoped would be the film's soundtrack before anybody was even necessarily interested in making it.
Oh, okay.
And so there were even times that Zach Cregger was like, well, I wonder if we don't even have a score at all. And so it's very interesting how you kind of put those ideas together where they compose like 15 to 20 tracks before pre-production begins. And then you also have these ideas of no score at all. And you come together with this thing that is so sparse, but so memorable.
Right.
But they had said that they have a harp that's playing in the opening of the film intentionally because they felt the harp as an instrument is a very dreamlike instrument, and it kind of gives permission for what we're about to see as far as this mysterious kind of insanity. And they say that they're setting the table for what can be considered a tall tale from a child.
Okay.
And that, the narrator kind of lends itself to that as well. That's good.
Right.
And so you're kind of giving yourself a get out of jail free card for some of the stuff that comes later, like we were talking about in the intro.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, this is like a fairy tale.
Right,
This is,
That's interesting. I think that it does kind of speak to what makes Cregger's films a little bit more intriguing, is because he's not bound by the fact that he could be like, maybe we don't have a score at all. Like, there is no convention that he's like, well, it has to have mute. Like, he's just like, maybe we just don't fucking do that. You know what I mean? Like, that you can even propose that. It is interesting. It's not conventional, you know? Police gather outside of a home, talking to parents as neighbors watch. The narrator says that the parents and the people at the school were all sad and upset. We peer down from a bedroom window as officers search overgrown grounds between homes. They look into attics with flashlights, under beds, and sewage drains. The narrator continues that they knew all the kids left at 217 because half of the houses had alarms that got triggered when they went. And I will say 217, The Shining, Take a Shot. I did see when this first came out, Zach Cregger being asked if that was a nod to The Shining. And he was like, it wasn't a conscious one. He's like, but it fucking has to be. He's like, it had to be in there. As she says that some of the kids were even videoed by security cameras, we press in on a ring and another surveillance camera. But she says that they only caught the kids walking out into the darkness. They didn't show where they went after. At a police station, Alex sits very small, waiting in one of the chairs, and she says that the police talk to Alex a lot. A detective sets a bright red can of Coke on the table in front of him as he sits on the couch, flanked presumably by his out-of-focus parents. The detective sits next to his partner, eager for answers that the narrator says Alex didn't have. They asked why his classmates did what they did, and Alex said that he didn't know. They asked if there was a plan. If there was, Alex didn't know about it. They asked if there was a show where people ran away like that. If there was, Alex never saw it. Justine Gandy sits in an interrogation room, and we press in closer to her short blonde curls as the narrator says that the police talked to her a lot too. She says that Mrs. Gandy also didn't know anything. She couldn't help them. Outside of a school, there's a large shrine of flowers, balloons, drawings, stuffed animals, and a sign that declares, May Brooks Strong. The narrator says that the school was closed for nearly an entire month while they investigated, but they had to open everything back up after a while so the kids that were still here could learn again.
I think no matter who you are, but specifically if you're an American, this imagery is very striking.
Yes.
And very difficult.
Yes. We see the shrine at night now, lit by glowing candles as people walk past it and enter the school. The narrator shares that one night before it opened back up, they had a big meeting. There were a bunch of counselors to help people figure out how to feel. She guesses that it was to help them figure out how to be sad together, but she reveals that this is where the story really starts.
Just a sidebar. I am so used to 20, 30 minutes of trailers before the film actually begins. And so when Jules and I were in Serbia, we did show up a little bit late for the start of the film, but just by a little bit. And I don't think that they do trailers the same way in Serbia. And so when we walked in, we were like, shit, the movie's starting. And then that line.
That's hilarious.
And we were like, oh, all right, we're fine.
We didn't miss anything important.
No.
As the parents gather around folding chairs and find their seats, the screen goes black again. A single word appears large at its center in white. Justine. And you know when the names are displayed on the screen, I'm a pig in shit. I'm just having a great time. I'm really happy to be here. A counselor stands at the podium on stage, his amplified voice deciding that what's important is that we don't judge our grief, even when experiencing emotions besides sadness that we don't like. We linger for a moment behind Justine from where she sits in the front row before finally spinning around her and revealing her face. The counselor, played by Jason Turner, assures the gathered audience that anger is a very healthy part of the grief cycle. It can be especially powerful in instances of abandonment. Archer Graff, played by Josh Brolin, jumps to his feet.
Josh Brolin, we talked about him in Planet Terror.
Yeah.
We did.
It's fucking Thanos.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I know he's done other stuff, but it's Thanos.
What's funny is he is out of focus in this scene. We get to Archer later, but the minute he's like, hold, I'm like, that's fucking... And that's Josh Brolin. Yes. And this reportedly was Pedro Pascal's role.
Okay.
I think Pedro can do anything, but I think that this would have ended up being a very different character. I think it's honestly pretty perfect for Josh Brolin. And Zach Cregger was even like, every day I'm pinching myself that we even got him. Like, he couldn't believe it. But he's fantastic in this. He does not. Josh Brolin had a lot of negative things to say about his own character.
Okay.
Well, he knew.
Yeah.
I agree.
He understood the assignment. But he takes offense at this term of abandonment, asking with some vitriol if the counselor is saying that he should be upset with Matthew because of what happened. The counselor tries to dispute this, but Archer interrupts again that he might call what happened abandonment, but Archer doesn't see it that way. He sees something that doesn't make any sense at all. His voice rising, he declares that they're talking about 17 kids in one classroom. What happened in that classroom? As he asks this, we push in on Justine, her head lowered and her back still turned to Archer and the rest of the attendees. He demands to know why only her classroom. As other parents start to clamor in agreement, Archer asserts that the counselor must understand why he's not interested in hearing anything else from him. He wants to hear from Justine Gandy. She's here, and he wants to know exactly what she was doing in there.
Of course, you understand their frustrations.
Yeah.
Part of me is like, how can you put this on her, really? And then also part of me is a little mad at the school for being like, why would you put them in the same room?
Yeah, maybe. But the thing, and I was thinking the same thing, but at the same time, it's like if we have this meeting and Justine isn't here, what does that look like? It's such a lose-lose.
Justine can be live via satellite.
But I'm sure her house has been tossed a million times.
Yeah.
And she's been interviewed.
Yeah.
The police I wouldn't think, if she's a person of interest.
Right. It's just, you've got to be so desperate.
Yeah.
And who else can you point to?
I know.
But the one woman that all the kids have in common.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right, but you understand the thought process.
Yeah, of course.
But poor Justine though. Yeah. Justine stares blankly as voices rise, calling out their agreement, their frustration. We abruptly cut to her standing at the podium and clearing her throat. As every face stares up at her, she begins slowly that she just wants to start with how very sorry she is for all that's happened. She knows there's nothing she can say to make it better, but the truth is that she wants answers just as badly as they do. This garners a reaction, mumbling, a shouted accusation of liar. But Justine's wavering voice declares that she loves those kids. She tries to stammer out more, but parent number 1, played by Annie Jules, jumps to her feet, shouting that Justine should be locked up until she tells them what happened. Other parents yell their agreement, and Justine steps aside as Principal Marcus Miller, played by Benedict Wong, takes her place behind the microphone.
I love this man.
Yeah.
Benedict Wong, he was in The Martian in 2015, Kick-Ass 2 in 2013, Prometheus in 2012, and he's Earth's timeline, Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange 2016.
Yes.
He's great.
I will say, I was being a little harsh. We all were being a little harsh earlier. He is a cinnamon roll. He's done nothing wrong.
No.
So him and Alex.
Yeah.
He's the least worst.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the one to root for.
Yes.
He declares that this isn't called for. Mrs. Gandy is here as an affected member of the community that's hurting just like the rest of them. But another parent cries out that Justine is either negligent or complicit. Justine bursts through the front doors of the school, ushered into the parking lot by Marcus and the counselor. Parents rush behind them, clamoring, demanding to know where their children are. The angry woman from the meeting follows closely behind Marcus, flanked by 2 other parents, played by Allie Birch and Michael Jean Conti. The counselor whisks Justine away, and Marcus turns to address the parents, imploring them to get some sleep after such a long night. They'll wake up tomorrow with clearer heads. The counselor stands at the open door when Justine gets behind the wheel of her car. He asks if she's got anyone to stay with tonight, and when she says that she doesn't, he advises her to go straight home and lay low. He tries to caution that this looks like it could turn into, but Justine slams the door, cutting off his words. Instead of going straight home, she drives to the liquor store.
So immediately breaking his...
Yeah.
She walks straight through the front doors, following the beacon of the neon lights calling out USA Liquors. She ignores the group of gathered men talking on the side of the building, but one of them breaks off and rushes to her, his hat pulled backwards over his long hair and his skateboard in hand. James, played by Austin Abrams, opens the door for Justine, offering quickly that he's trying to get a bus ticket to see his brother. Does she have any change?
Austin Abrams? He was in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark in 2019.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
He was also in 9 episodes of The Walking Dead from 2015 to 2016.
Hey.
Really?
Yeah.
He was that dude that was messing with Carl, wasn't he? He was an asshole.
I don't remember at all.
maybe.
Interesting.
Well, he's very good at this.
He's great at this. But as I was saying at the top that he lost all of his cast except for one actor, it was Austin Abrams.
Okay.
He said that he loved Barbarian so much. And at the point in the movie where we cut to Justin Long driving in his car, he said, I have to meet the person that made this movie. And so when he got the role of James, he was not letting it go. Through all the scheduling changes, the casting changes, he simply wanted it so badly that he put everything else to the side.
I get it.
Yeah.
He is, of course, such a memorable character throughout.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it took the second time to realize that he shows up this early.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
that
yeah.
either. This film does such a good job of that, of weaving these stories in and out of each other, that on a second watch, you're like, oh my God.
Right.
But Justine does not break her stride for James. She only continues through the door with a quiet and clipped apology, and James stays behind. We follow her through the aisles of the liquor store until she reaches the very back shelf. She grabs a bottle of vodka, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she grabs a second one.
I get it, but I think calm down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think this was already a bad idea.
Yes. She carries these up to the counter, one under each arm and her phone in her hand as she bites her lip. Her eyes are unfocused behind her glasses, but before she can reach the counter, her phone vibrates loudly in her hand. She consults its screen, and even though it says no caller ID, she answers anyway. Couldn't be me. I will say that.
No.
After saying hello, the only response Justine receives is heavy breathing from the caller. She looks around the store at a couple of patrons doing their own shopping and not paying her any mind. Finally, the person on the other end speaks, low and rapid. You better watch your back because tonight's the night that I... Justine hangs up the phone, shaken.
Holy shit.
I know.
Yeah. We cut to her leaving the liquor store. James still waits by the door, and as she exits, clutching the black bag containing her bottles, he tries again. He's trying to save up for a bus ticket to see his brother. Does she have any change? Justine apologizes again, but she's still walking quickly to her car, and James is like, thank you anyway. He's very polite.
He is.
Everything this man goes through, he's very polite. Justine glances at an idling truck parked on the other side of the parking lot's fence, but she makes it safely to her car. On her street, she looks worriedly into the side mirror, making sure the coast is clear. No people, no idling truck, before finally getting out of the car. When it seems that there is no one on the street but her, Justine gathers her purse and her shopping bag and quickly crosses the street to her house. She spots two people strolling along the sidewalk at a distance, and she quickens her pace. When she makes it inside and locks the door behind her, she still peeks through her blinds. The chatting walkers are lost in their friendly conversation. They have no interest in her, and they never did. Justine lets out a sigh of relief. Later that night, as Shark Tank plays on her living room TV, Justine drops ice into a glass with her vodka bottle on standby.
I don't know what's going on.
You're being chased by Shark Tank.
I keep getting recommended Shark Tank videos, and it's like really infuriating. And I am watching them.
That's the
I probably.
yeah.
you're engaging with them.
And when I saw it on this, I was like, "Is this personalized?"
What did you get? I saw Real Housewives on the TV. She takes a lime and a bottle of soda water out of the fridge, but before she can even open the vodka, her doorbell rings. The shark seduction by zip string on the TV is cut short when Justine grabs up the remote and turns it off. She stands at a distance from her door, reflected in the new blackness of the TV screen as she calls out, "Hello?"
So something interesting I do want to point out, not to bring up Shark Tank again. You had said that Alex had a shark backpack.
Yeah.
What if this is like a thing? What if
Could
that
be.
is something we're just not grasping yet?
I think
Make everybody sharks?
I don't know.
I think at the, stuff happens and we see some pajamas, and I think a notable character is wearing some shark pajamas at some point.
Right?
Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, maybe. When there is, of course, no answer, Justine steps forward. Her foot falls heavy on the wooden floor as she approaches the door. She calls out again. Hello? Yes? But when she peeks through the peephole, there's no one there. A dog's barks echo, but when Justine looks through the blinds again, there's no one in the front of her house. She turns her back on the door and starts toward the kitchen, but a harsh, frantic knocking booms on the front door. This scares Justine, who screams at the unknown visitor, Jesus, fucking what? The knocking goes quiet, but Justine still demands to know who's there. She rips open a kitchen drawer and pulls out a small can of pepper spray. Bold and brave and maybe a little bit stupid, Justine throws her front door open and marches down her walkway and onto the sidewalk. But looking from side to side, she is quieted when there's no one there.
She marches a little too deep into the sidewalk with that
Yes.
door wide open.
Yes.
That's when Ghostface sneaks in.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Tripping over his own.
We know how it goes.
The dog's barking echoes distantly, and we are behind Justine, turning as she surveys the street again. But her head stops when she spots her car parked across the street. Written across the doors, large in an angry red, is one accusing word: witch.
So this is wild, but in context.
Yeah, it's
Once
very good.
you have it.
Yeah, but I didn't fucking eat 17 kids. Like, come on,
Is
man.
that what you
I'm just-
think?
Yes, really.
Like everyone knows she ate
Yeah,
those
like-
kids.
Be so fucking
Yeah,
for real.
come on, man.
We're going to put this to bed right
Yeah.
now.
In the morning, Justine, armed with a sponge and soapy water, scrubs at the offending word. It does not budge. It is still there in bright, boasting red when her car is parked in the elementary school parking lot. Witch. In Marcus's office, Justine looks through a stack of papers as the principal assures her that she's going to keep her health insurance. And if she doesn't mind him saying, there's a lot of mental health specialists on the plan. But Justine interrupts him. She just needs to work. She needs to fill her days. She sets the papers on the desk, repeating that she just needs to work. But Marcus rebuts gently that the scene last night shows them that they have a lot of emotional parents here. He thinks it's best if she kept some distance from the school, just until the parents can sort themselves out. A happily screaming child enjoying recess just outside the office window draws Justine's attention for a moment. She turns back to Marcus and asks how Alex is. Marcus assures her that Alex is doing well. He's in Mrs. Belt's class now, and they've been advised that the best thing they can do for Alex is to just keep him on a routine, to keep his life as normal as possible. Justine asserts that she would like to speak with him, but Marcus reminds her that they've already talked about this. It's out of the question. Justine nods that she would just feel so much better if she could speak with him, and Marcus points out, right there, that's the problem. She would feel so much better. But Alex has been scrutinized by the press. The investigators ransacked his house. He's traumatized. He asks Justine to just put Alex first.
Just a couple of questions. Why is Alex being scrutinized by the press?
know, dude, but-
scrutinize is a wild thing.
Yeah.
But you can see it.
Yeah, that is true.
But to what? Point the finger at him?
I'm sure. They have no answers.
So we say the little boy who's here?
set it all up.
No.
Yeah, I know. Him too. Would he eat his classmates? What the fuck? It's like,
I
come
love
on.
that that's the only accusation.
Well, they're all gone.
They are.
They're all gone.
They are.
Yeah, they're gone.
No crumbs.
No, yeah.
You might just say we ate Ooter.
And I got to be honest, I understand her want to talk to him.
Right.
Part of me feels like with the proper people there, she is a trusted adult who may be able to reach him in a way that maybe other adults like the police couldn't.
Right.
I don't think it's a terrible idea.
I think that she needs to be in the right space for
That's
it.
right.
And he needs to be in the place to receive it. And if they're advising that he is not in the place to receive it, then
Let it
As
go
the
for now?
adult, she needs to back
Yeah.
off. Offended and with a little edge to her tone now, Justine says that if Marcus is implying that she doesn't care about Alex or the students, but Marcus interrupts. The issue isn't her caring or not caring. The issue is her pattern of overstepping professional lines with the students. Justine scoffs. Here we go. She denies that she oversteps, but Marcus says that she knows it's not appropriate to hug students. Justine sarcastically invites him to lock her up for hugging a crying little boy. But Marcus isn't done. Driving students home isn't professional. But Justine says that she missed the bus and she lived close to her.
I understood hugging a crying child, but you can't be driving these kids home.
Yeah.
That's beyond.
She's a habitual line stepper. That's what.
She is. But it is from a place of
is.
kindness.
I get it.
But it is
I
like,
do
dude,
understand.
you can't be
No.
doing that. You
No.
can't. Marcus says again, his tone still calm, that it's not appropriate. He concedes that he knows this all stems from how much Justine cares. And he also knows himself that she is not a threat to the kids. But Justine needs to realize that she is not a parent. She's a teacher, and there's a difference. For that reason, she cannot talk to Alex. Justine's frustration melts away and it's replaced by a quiet sadness. She tells Marcus sincerely that it's just her and Alex are the only ones left. She clutches the strap of her purse as she exits the school, gaining glares from parents picking up their children. She passes a group of kids who whisper to each other, "Look, look, look." By the time Justine gets into her car, throwing her purse to the side and gripping the steering wheel, tears are streaming down her face. She looks through the windshield, watching the kids running out of the doors, free from school until tomorrow. All of them running, except for Alex Lilly, who trudges along slowly with his big blue backpack. Justine sniffles as she watches him.
This is very difficult because you sympathize with Justine a lot and you understand where she's coming from and why she wants what she wants.
Yeah.
And when you see her leave the school, Marcus was very kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good in his role as the principal. But she leaves and there is not a friendly face in the bunch. There's not even sympathy from the children even.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even imagine how lonely she must feel with no solution for this problem.
And
Yeah.
we know because when the counselor asked her, is there anyone you can stay with? She's like, no. Like she just wanted to work and she can't.
Yeah. This is very weird.
Yeah.
Like, it's very strange. I understand. And again, like, I get it. But it's very strange. Just 17 kids just walked out of their door and left. But like, I know, again, we want to blame, but it's like, dude, that's strange as fuck.
Yeah.
Something else. There's something. I think this is more than just this little boy or this teacher eating him. I don't know why they're still eating him, but
It really stuck.
We're really married to
Well,
that.
we said fairy tale. Maybe it's
yeah,
like
well,
her house is made of candy or
yeah,
whatever.
that's right. They're gone.
Yes.
At the police station's parking lot, an officer, played by Eric Jepson, scrapes his fingernail against the red paint on Justine's car. When he's able to coax a few chips of paint off, he jots in his notepad, muttering that it's really on there, huh? Justine agrees that it is, and she's been receiving threatening phone calls. Still looking down at his notes instead of up at her, the officer asks if she thinks the caller might be responsible for this. Justine admits that she doesn't know, and the officer decides that the best they can do is file a report. He guesses, though, that it was probably kids that did it. He starts to detail the things they did when he was in school, TP houses, ding-dong ditch, but Justine isn't paying attention to him anymore. She's looking up at another officer, Paul Morgan, played by Alden Ehrenreich, as he walks through the parking lot in his uniform.
Alden Ehrenreich, he was in Hell Caesar in 2017 or Kaiser, whatever.
Not Kaiser.
Cocaine Bear in 2023 and Solo, a Star Wars story in 2018.
Huh. Was he Han Solo in that?
He is.
That's wild.
Yeah.
He is unbelievable in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't even.
I felt a lot of emotions. It was kind of an emotional roller coaster watching this, and now I've really just settled on the one emotion when you get the full story. You know what I mean? Justine smiles as she waves at him, and Paul offers a polite, if not a little awkward, wave back before quickly averting his eyes. As the officer in front of her continues to prattle on, dark end of the street by Percy's sledge overtakes his voice, and we suddenly find Justine sitting alone at a bar, lit aesthetically by the neon signs on the wall. When the door opens, Paul walks in, still looking very much like a cop despite no longer wearing the uniform. The mustache is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Justine jumps up to greet him, and as Paul walks to her awkwardly, he asks if they can hug. Justine says of course they can. Jesus. And they share a quick embrace before sitting down at the bar. So immediately you're like, what is the history here?
Yeah.
When Justine spots a bandage wrapped thickly around the index finger of Paul's right hand, she asks about it. Paul drops his hand behind the bar, out of sight, and dismisses it as a stupid work accident thing. She changes the subject quickly, asking if he wants a drink. Paul does, but when Justine calls out to Tony, the unseen bartender, and gets no reply, she tells him that it'll just be a second. She turns to Paul, admitting with a grin that she didn't expect him to come. Paul says that he's glad she texted because he's been thinking about her a lot. He wanted to call, but he didn't know if that would just make things worse. Justine asserts, though, that she's not some delicate little flower that would wilt if she saw his name come up on her phone. Paul replies that he wasn't saying that, but Justine has already turned away, calling out to Tony that her friend wants a drink. Tony finally comes over and Paul orders a Coke. As Tony leaves to go get it, Justine looks at Paul. A Coke? Paul says yes and takes a moment to meet her eyes. Justine grins. Okay, whatever. She swirls the stirrer in her own cocktail. Paul asks sincerely how she is, and Justine shrugs that everyone thinks she's a witch. Paul doesn't think that that's true, but Justine invites him to go look at her car. Paul shakes his head and shares that he hopes she didn't drive here. Justine doesn't understand, and when she finally realizes, she snaps at Paul not to be an asshole. Paul says that he's not being an asshole. He's concerned about her drinking and driving, but Justine raises her voice, speaking over him that she doesn't need his fucking concern. She's not drunk. Paul immediately backs off with an okay, got it, sorry. Justine sighs and eyes him. Finally, Paul asks, so someone vandalized your car? Justine says that someone wrote witch across it, so yes. And for his information, everybody thinks she's a witch, so yes. Tony delivers Paul's Coke, and the two sit in silence for a moment. Paul breaks it by asking if he can give her a little, Justine offers, tough love. But Paul says no, just some advice from someone who knows her very well. When he asks if that's okay, Justine shrugs and says yes. Paul implores her to try to get out of her own head. People are not all thinking about her right now. The whole town isn't aimed at her. But Justine rebuts coldly that he might be wrong about that. Paul counters that Justine has a tendency to get a little woe is me and a little paranoid. And Justine is like, wow, okay. But Paul continues that one thing he knows never helps her is this, her lonely drinking pity party. But Justine replies slyly as she takes a sip of her drink that she's not lonely. He's here. Paul can't help but smile at this, but he says that she knows what he means and he can't stay anyway. Justine asks if Donna knows he's here. When Paul says no, she's intrigued. Really? Paul says that he and Donna aren't happening right now. Justine does her best to suppress a smile, but Paul can't hide his when he asserts that it's not that big a deal. Justine bites her lip as she pretends to agree, and the two grin at each other. Paul shakes his head that Justine is ridiculous. Just look at her. She's beaming. And she is. She invites him to have one real drink with her. Paul says no, even when Justine smiles and insists. In the morning, Justine sits next to her bedroom window, bathed in the day's sunlight as she sips her coffee. She smiles and calls up Harry Nilsson's Gotta Get Up on her phone. Paul, in her bed, rolls over, waking at the sound of the song, and he tells her sleepily to stop it, remarking that she hasn't changed a bit.
So this used to be my alarm clock because of Russian Doll.
Me too.
So I was very happy to hear it again. I will admit there were some nuances of this character that I did overlook and forget. Justine is not perfect. It's pretty wild, the things that she did and said in that bar.
Yeah. That whole little thing, I understand, she feels how she feels. She's lonely. She's having a drink, whatever. But him talking to her and her answering him the way she did, I was like, oh, I really don't like you. I was like, you seem like you're a bad person to be around.
And the more context that you get, the worse this scene becomes.
Yeah.
And I feel like at this point, I'm like, Paul is trying his best, like, to offer advice, to be there for her.
Yeah.
To be like, look, this isn't what you're doing right now is not the end. Like, I'm like, he's a good guy. And she kind of pulled him into her spiral.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking right now.
Mm-hmm. And I will say this is the first time we've seen her smile this entire film.
True.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
The reasons for that smile are a little fucked up. But
yes.
It's good that someone's happy.
Yeah.
Yes. Later, she drives him in her car and asks what he's got going on today. Paul says work. He's working all day till late. Justine scoffs that she believes him. He doesn't need to worry. She's learned her lesson and she's not going to be spam texting him all day and night. But Paul insists that he was just saying he's working. That's it.
So you were spam texting him.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
Justine asks how work is going and Paul says that it's fine. It's whatever. Disappointed, Justine hopes that that's not the general vibe over there. When Paul doesn't understand, she reminds him that there are 17 missing children. She'd like to think the people in charge of finding them aren't like, oh, whatever about their jobs. Annoyed, Paul asserts that he's not a detective. Besides, he's hungover as shit, and he didn't realize that he was getting grilled on the investigation. Justine denies that she's trying to grill him, but she's just wondering if she needs to solve this thing herself. Paul assures her that they're on it, and Justine replies sarcastically, "What a load off. He's on it." This is not going great. In the light of day, I think things, maybe we don't click very well. Justine stops the car outside of the bar where Paul's vehicle is still parked. He advises her that she really needs to take it easy right now. No one is slacking, and she can't get herself all... Justine interrupts. Get all Justine about it? Paul doesn't take the bait. Instead, he tells her to leave the investigating to the investigators. Justine turns away from him, sinking into her seat. But when Paul says sincerely that it was great to see her, she smiles. You too. Paul gets out of the car without another word, and as soon as the door is closed, Justine rolls her eyes and turns to reverse out of the parking lot, muttering, "Suck my dick."
Wow.
That's wild.
Wow.
Well, so all that bullshit, you're lying. You don't care?
Mm-mm.
You are going to spam text me again.
And investigate.
Yes, yeah.
Do you think part of it was calculated? Obviously, they have some kind of a history.
Right.
But to try to get closer to information about the investigation?
When she started this conversation, I kind of did.
Okay.
Outside of the school, Alex walks along with his big blue shark backpack as the other kids run and bounce around him. He walks toward the bus, and we pan out to see that Justine is sitting in the parking lot watching him from her car. After Alex boards bus 4, Justine follows it. When he gets off the bus and walks down the street to his house, Justine follows him on foot. He opens the door and disappears inside. Still, Justine follows and rings the doorbell. And when no one answers, she knocks on the door. This is a lot.
Yeah. Her walking down the street when I seen her, I was like, come on,
what
dude.
the fuck are you doing?
Everything that they've said about you is true. You're doing what they said.
Overstep.
Yeah.
Habitual line
yes.
stuff. When no one answers still, she takes a step back and notices that the front window is obscured by newspaper plastered over the glass. She walks around the side of the house, suspicious when she finds every window to be blocked the same way. She lets herself into the spacious backyard, walking past the lawn furniture, past the plants and gardening supplies, past the newspaper-lined windows. She reaches the window next to the back door and finds a gap between the papers. Slowly, Justine steps up and peers in through the gap. She scans the dark living room inside with her curious blue eye. Her gaze travels along the walls, up the couch, and with the accompaniment of a jarring musical sting, she finally spies the two people sitting on the couch, staring toward her in the darkness. Justine gasps harshly and takes a frantic step back, knocking into a snow shovel that clatters loudly to the ground. She steadies herself before stepping up to the window again and getting a better look at the two figures. They sit motionless, side by side, a man and a woman, Alex's dad and Alex's mom, played by Whitmer Thomas and Callie Shatera, shrouded in darkness, their hair unkempt and mussed.
I jumped out of my skin.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever squeezed Jules's hand so tightly in my life. This is at the bottom of the list of the things I expected to see through this window.
Yeah, for real.
But then you wonder, you're like, what's with the newspaper? What the fuck is going on in here?
Yeah. Nothing good.
I probably would have just laughed. Like, you know what?
And the fact that they're like looking right at her too. Like they're like, and just not moving at all.
Yeah.
No emotion.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you assume that they were like taxidermied or something? Or dead?
That's even worse.
Well, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I would want to, honestly, you know, even after this morning we just had, I would probably call Paul.
That's
and
fair.
be like, look, full disclosure, I was following this child.
Yes.
Yeah. You'd have to admit that.
Yes. Let's not get into how I
We immediately cut to Justine's car, where she speaks with Marcus on speakerphone as she drives. Frustrated, he recalls that he explicitly told her not to interact with Alex. Justine counters that she technically didn't interact with him, but Marcus details that she followed him home. She repeatedly rang his doorbell. Then she spied through his window. But Justine implores him to focus on the fact that the house was bizarre. Marcus offers to make this clear for her in case he didn't before. He wants her to leave them alone. But Justine asks why the windows are taped up. Doesn't that seem strange to him? Marcus offers that maybe they're taped up because nosy people take it upon themselves to walk up and peek through them. Which you just did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, kind of.
But it's like chicken egg. Am I
Yeah.
peeking through your window because I'm nosy and then you boarded it up? Or did you board up your window? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm only peeking because
Is there
you
a
boarded
chicken
him
in
up.
there is what I'm trying to say.
Is there a laughing chicken in that house?
But I think you would think that he would be a little more concerned or disturbed to hear any of this.
Yeah.
True. I think it is very overshadowed by you don't fucking listen, dude. Leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very frustrating.
If things are always made to seem bigger than what they are, you're not
True.
gonna. If she does it a lot, it is that. It's
Yes.
like, okay, dude, you're probably blowing this out of proportion. Chill out. Like, I will get to it.
But I cannot have ever said anything as weird as this.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true
there's
too,
no
though.
way.
Yeah.
When Justine asks if he's kidding, he decides to do her the courtesy of pretending that this phone call never took place. Defeated, Justine returns to the liquor store. The door chimes as she opens it and steps inside. She flings her keys around as she walks casually through the aisles toward that back wall that houses her drink of choice. She's so singularly focused that she doesn't notice the door chiming at someone else's arrival. An out-of-focus woman in a bright red top that makes a beeline for her, following her with every turn she makes. When Justine finally reaches the back wall, the woman catches up with her. She simultaneously sinks her fingers into Justine's curls and smacks off her glasses. She throws Justine to the floor. The woman grabs the bottle and thrusts it at a confused Justine, but suddenly she realizes, Donna?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Donna, played by June Diane Raphael, continues thrusting the bottle at Justine as she tries to scurry away.
June Diane Raphael. She was in Freakier Friday from 2025. She was also in Blockers from 2018.
Ah!
She was in Year One in 2009 and Forgetting Sarah Marshall in 2008.
I think that's, I'm like, I know her.
Yeah.
And I knew her from something funny.
Yes.
I thought this was a parent
Oh.
Okay, yeah,
trailing
yeah.
behind. Because you see her in her bright shirt when she walks in. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
And the threatening phone call was a woman.
Exactly. So
So-
that's what I was
yeah.
thinking. But it's worse.
Yeah. It's something you actually did.
Yes, yeah.
Streaks of mascara run down her face as Donna accuses, "You fucked him?" Justine stammers that she didn't, but Donna knows that she did. Justine protests that Paul said they weren't together, but twisting the cap off the bottle of vodka, Donna screams that Justine is a liar. She got Paul drunk. Justine screams at her to stop, but Donna shrieks that Paul was just trying to be nice to her and she got him drunk. Finally, the liquor store clerk, played by Ronnie Mathieu, hurries over. He wraps his arms around Donna's middle and pulls her away from Justine, sending the stream of vodka flying wild. Donna continues screaming at Justine to look at what she did. We cut to Justine that night, drinking in the cool blue glow of her TV. She walks unsteadily to her bedroom, switching off her lamp as she goes. And later, she's asleep in her bed as we press into her bedroom. But suddenly, the bedroom becomes the empty hallway of Maybrook Elementary. We see Justine asleep in her bed before returning to the hall where she wanders now, her bag slung over her shoulder and her books clutched to her chest as she walks toward her classroom. Justine enters her dark classroom in an eerie silence, only broken by the muffled and reliable ticking of a clock. Each of her students sit in their assigned seats, but their heads all rest uniformly, face down on their desks. Justine takes her place at the front of the room, the abandoned lesson on parasites written on the whiteboard behind her, as she stares with quiet concern at her students.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We glide to the back row, and Justine watches as Alex Lilly slowly raises his head. His eyes are wide, and his mouth is stretched into a disturbing grin, marred by smeared lipstick. Hectic blush stands out on his cheeks, even in the darkness, and his eyes are adorned with clumsy blue eyeshadow. His head tilted, Alex smiles at his teacher until Justine wakes up in her bed with a desperate gasp.
There he was. Talk to him. He's
Yeah.
That's what you wanted, right?
it's like, you rang? Holy shit, dude.
And the way he looks makes sense
Yeah.
later,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But right now it's just a really striking.
It's so
Yeah.
creepy. She only has a moment of reprieve from her nightmare before she hears movement in her house. Justine cranes her neck, peering down the hallway. When she doesn't see anything, she lies back in her bed. She looks up at the ceiling, where we glimpse a strange woman with smeared makeup and outstretched hands staring back at her. Justine screams at the top of her lungs and pushes herself back, cowering against her headboard. But when she looks back up at the ceiling, there is no one there. She's alone.
So what do you make of this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm dreaming. I don't know. I don't.
A little too
But-
specific.
I mean, you know.
I mean, to her it is.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the worst nightmare she's ever had.
Yeah.
But in context of the film, it's very interesting that we are seeing these things.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we will properly meet this character later on, and we'll, I'm sure, have a lot to discuss. In the light of day, Justine is parked on Alex's street again, the scarlet word still scrawled red on the side of her car. When Alex approaches on his way home, Justine steps out of her car and tells him hi. I'm like, dude,
I know.
what are you doing?
She saw it as a sign to talk to him.
Alex looks up at her, but he doesn't return the greeting. Justine explains that she wanted to say hi to him because she's been thinking about him a lot. She wanted to make sure that he's okay. Alex shifts his backpack uncomfortably, and he says that he is. Justine kneels down to face him, admitting that it's been a really hard time for her. She can't imagine how it's been for him. But before she can finish, Alex asserts that he has to go. He hurries past her, but Justine asks him to please hold on. She just wants to make sure everything's all right. But Alex shouts at her, "Don't follow me." His brisk walk escalates to a run as he turns and sprints to his house. Never one to take no for an answer, we cut to Justine knocking on the door.
I couldn't believe that.
I know.
She identifies herself as Miss Gandy and says that she'd like to talk to them. She knocks. She rings the doorbell. She knocks harder, but no one answers. She looks up to the second floor, declaring that she knows they're home. As dusk falls, Justine sits parked in her car in front of their house. She pours vodka, its bottle concealed by a brown paper bag, into her mega soda cup, pausing only when a woman walks by. Once she's gone, Justine returns the lid on the spiked drink and sips from the red straw.
You get worse and worse every time.
A lot of things I said at the beginning of this episode have not aged well. I will allow that.
She's awful.
Yeah, I take it back. And she's just camping outside. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry.
With the tone from the score, it's suddenly the dark of night, and Justine sits slumbering behind the wheel. We press in on the Lily house, the two sconces on either side of the door casting their glow against the red brick. After a moment, the white front door silently swings open, revealing nothing but an inky darkness inside. The insects chirp and all is still until Alex's mother, with her unkempt blonde hair, comes stumbling out of the darkness. She walks in unsteady steps down the walkway, holding something sharp high above her head. The score mounts tensely, uneasily, as she comes closer and closer, directly to Justine's car. She stops abruptly at Justine's closed window, and the music does the same. Justine continues to sleep, none the wiser, and she's still sleeping when the off-screen passenger door of her car opens. We hear the snick of sharp scissors before they slide into view. Justine is still sleeping when the woman slides the blades into her hair. She snips and slowly slides the scissors out, pulling with it a blonde curl that she takes with her out of frame. The screen goes black, and one word appears at its center in white. Archer.
You didn't lock the door?
I know.
She didn't lock the door.
I know. I promise you. I was like, well, at least my doors are locked. I'm in here asleep. Nope.
Mm-hmm. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Just come on in.
Yeah, bottle's right there. Help yourself.
Dude, and the taking of the hair?
Yeah.
We start to...
Yes. Archer Graff lies in a child's room, sleeping in Batman bedding with sports posters looking down on him from the walls. His wife, played by Melissa Ponzio, opens the door and looks in at him. She informs him coldly, "I'm going to work," before walking away and leaving the door ajar. Archer opens his eyes. He looks at the framed photo of his son's team on the nightstand in front of him. In the back row, his unsmiling face shaded from his yellow hat, is Archer's son, Matthew, played by Luke Speakman. We cut to surveillance footage of Matthew running away from his house in his pajamas as he spreads his arms wide. He runs until he's a little speck on the monitor, and then he's gone. Archer sits at his computer watching this, and with a couple clacks on the keyboard, he rewinds Matthew, sending him sprinting backwards, back to his home, lowering his arms as he returns to the porch. Archer stands on this same porch, his bag in one hand and his travel cup in the other. He looks out at the hill across the street, the last place his son was seen.
I really love that match cut from the footage to the porch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Yes.
And it's just getting this other side of it because we see him as this very adversarial and understanding where he's coming from.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, leave Justine alone.
Yeah.
And then we see him sleeping in his son's bed, waking up to this horrible nightmare of a life right now.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy shit, you know?
Cregger had said, and honestly, it's the inverse too, because when we meet Justine, she's this little mousy thing sitting in the front row, and then we kind of learn that that's not really the case. But Cregger had said that he wanted to, like their movements and stuff when we first meet them, he wanted Justine to appear like a prey animal and Archer to appear like a predatory animal.
Okay.
It's honestly shot that way.
Yeah,
You can,
yeah.
A lot of these over-the-shoulder shots behind Justine, and then we watch as more controlled the camera is through Archer's chapter.
Yeah.
That's very
Okay.
true. Because she's looking around, nervous. I mean, not when Donna confronts her at the liquor store.
Right. Could have been a little more observant.
But Archer pulls up to a construction site in his Graff & Co. builder's truck. And as he gets out, the foreman, played by Aaron Quick Nelson, comes over, telling his boss that he's been calling him all morning. Archer apologizes. He hit a snag on the way over. As work continues on the house in front of him, the foreman admits that it's been a bit of a chaotic morning. When they went to pick up the siding, they didn't have it in because the order never got placed. Archer is like, shit. He apologizes. The foreman adds that they've got the owner coming for a walkthrough on Friday and they're going to have the open frame in. Archer admits that that was on him. It's his bad. But the foreman isn't done. He shows up and sees that they painted the door with the paint that Archer ordered, and he trails off. And when Archer presses, the foreman points out that the owners wanted forest green, but the paint is red. Archer looks at the door on the house and laments, God damn! He immediately wants to know if they sent the wrong color, but the foreman calmly corrects that he checked the order. They ordered the red paint. They were sent what they asked for, but what they asked for was wrong.
Obviously, Archer's mind is elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yeah, you're going to be making a lot of mistakes right now at home and at work.
Mm-hmm.
But why did they paint the door red? You knew it was fucking wrong from... don't put this on Archer, dude.
They're like, all right,
Yeah, I guess. Well,
Yeah, y'all been here all morning.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
You're like, no, we need to show him what he did.
Right, great job. It's wrong.
Archer nods, admitting again that he fucked up. He'll take it back and get the right color. He slams the 2 cans of deep cherry, one of them opened and used, into the bed of his truck before climbing back inside. But when we find Archer next, he's sitting in the lobby of the police station. He eyes another man sitting across the room, handcuffed to his chair. His expression is dazed and blood leaks down his face. When Captain Ed, played by Toby Huss, comes out of his office and calls for Archer, he casts one more glance at the man before following the captain.
Toby Huss, we talked about him in the invitation.
We did?
But give him some more loving. He was in Down Periscope in 96, The Basketball Diaries in 95, and King of the Hill.
Yes.
King of the Hill.
Aw.
Come on. And there was one that I seen that from my childhood. He's on The Adventures of Pete and Pete from 92 to 96. He's Artie.
Oh.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, shit.
He was the Wiz on Seinfeld.
He
as
sure
well.
was. And nobody beats him.
Nobody beats him.
He was also Halloween 2018.
Hey.
That's true. It is always a treat to see him as a King of the Hill super fan.
Yeah.
I get very excited. And he's a great Dale replacement.
Yeah.
I agree.
Sitting behind his desk, Ed assures Archer that they're following up on every call. As they speak, he has officers aggressively pursuing every lead that comes in. When Archer asks if the feds have anything new, Ed replies vaguely that there is a healthy exchange of information going on. He says that they are also pursuing every lead aggressively. So Archer asks about the canine unit. He hasn't heard any canine reports in a long time. And Ed shrugs simply that that's because they don't report to Archer. I was like, he ate with that one. When this quiets Archer, Ed tells him sincerely that he understands his passion and he doesn't mind having these conversations with him because if it was his child, he'd be demanding answers too. But he does need Archer to trust that what they're doing here, but Archer interrupts. She's still not talking, huh? Ed lowers his head, clearly having had this conversation before. Archer is positive that she knows something, but Ed disagrees. Archer parrots what Ed told him. They're aggressively following up on every lead, yet she's still out there walking around as free as a bird. He asks if they've even looked into her whatsoever, and Ed assures him that they have, extensively. Archer gleans that they know about her past then, huh? Because he's done some digging and he found out a lot. 2 years ago, she had a DUI. Did they see that? Did they see that she was let go from her last school for inappropriate behavior? Did they see that? Ed nods that it was with a member of the faculty, but Archer declares that she is a troubled person.
So you hear about this DUI.
Yes.
And you start to put some pieces together.
Mm-hmm.
Why Paul was talking about her driving.
Yeah.
And also maybe certain ways that she could have met Paul as well.
Okay.
This just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
Ed asks what it is that Archer thinks she knows then. What is she not telling them? Because those kids walked out of their homes. No one pulled them out. No one forced them. He doesn't see any evidence that points to that woman. Archer glowers, and Ed invites him again patiently. What do you see that I don't? We cut to the meeting where Archer booms as he stands. I see something that I don't understand at all. As parents call out agreeing with him, Archer reminds everyone that they're talking about 17 kids in one classroom and none of them talked about it. He asks how many parents are here. None of them saw it coming. He points toward the front row, asserting that he wants to know what happened in that classroom. Why her classroom? Why was it only hers? Archer walks among the parents as they follow Justine, Marcus, and the counselor outside. But while they continue to trail behind Marcus as the counselor whisks Justine away to her car, Archer breaks off. He goes instead to his truck and climbs inside. Parked just beyond the parking lot of USA Liquor, Archer watches from his idling truck as Justine heads inside, walking briskly past James when he stops her, asking for change. He's still watching her from her street when Justine hurriedly unlocks her door, paranoid of the two chatting walkers, but completely oblivious to him. We pan over to the bed of his truck where two paint cans sit. Deep cherry.
So, before we get into that, I just want to say very quickly, of course, it is cool to have it all broken up into chapters like this, where you can get a little more time with these characters to kind of see things more from their point of view.
Right.
But literally seeing scenes that we've already seen from different points of view is such a cool aspect of this film.
Mm-hmm.
We see how he is just completely away from that crowd from that scene that we saw earlier whenever Justine is being ushered away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we finally discover he's the one that was in the truck watching her.
Yeah.
And now we learn that he fucking... Was he doing Ding Dong Ditch and shit too?
I don't know. He'd have to move really fast.
I find it hard to believe that those two things are happening at the same time. That somebody's fucking with her, knocking on her door, ringing her doorbell, and somebody's fucking unrelated.
Right.
Yeah.
Archer's like, thanks for distracting her.
That's hard to believe. I think he was.
That's so childish.
It is. And it is cool, but I think for me, it does, as it unfolds, it's one of those like, oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't really like, and it's like, dude, you guys suck.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I saw Josh Brolin talking about the character of Archer, and this is a direct quote. Archer is a 50-year-old adolescent little bitch, is what Josh Brolin said. And this is just the most childish.
Yes, it is.
Back at home, Archer sits in his kitchen watching the surveillance video on his laptop. His son is reflected in his glasses, digitally replicated on the screen as he flees from the safety of his home, arms spread wide, dutiful and unafraid. That night, Archer sleeps in his son's Batman sheets in his small bed beneath the posters on his wall. He wakes suddenly in the darkness of the room with a sharp gasp. He immediately stands and picks up the framed team photo on Matthew's nightstand. But now there are no players in the middle, just two proud coaches flanking an empty space. The kids are all gone.
Ooh.
That is so chilling and so effective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, God damn, dude.
Yeah.
Archer's brow furrows, but when he looks back to the bed, he finds himself there, sleeping beneath Matthew's Batman sheets. The clock glows red. 2:17.
What is this, Insidious?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, that's me.
It's not dark enough.
No, not enough fog.
When he sees that the bedroom door is open, Archer walks through it, calling out for his son. In the darkness of the house, he rushes down the stairs, but Matthew isn't there. When the front door silently swings open, Archer rushes to it, running through it just as Matthew did. And finally, he sees him, his arms flung wide and his hair bouncing as he runs. Matthew effortlessly ascends the small grassy hill across the street. Archer cries out for his son, but Matthew is gone. Archer follows in his footsteps, running across the street and over the hill, but he stops when he sees what's across the street. It's his own house, the house that he just ran out of, somehow across the street right in front of him.
Very effective.
Yes! Yeah. This whole sequence is chilling.
This was really cool.
Matthew appears, sprinting back to the front door. Archer pleads with him to wait, but something catches his eye, something floating dark like an impending storm over the house. Suddenly, he sees what it is as lightning backlights it against the dark sky. An AR-15, floating, giant, and lurking over his house. On the barrel of the gun shines the red numbers, 217. Slowly, the gun dissipates, disappearing into thin air.
Weapons?
Okay.
I think, again, I don't know, and I have some stuff to say later about how personal this film is to Zach Cregger and how he explicitly said that he really doesn't care if you glean anything beyond the surface of it. But I think of the shrine at the beginning. I think of an empty classroom. I think of this team in the photo that's gone and an AR-15. And it's kind of hard, again, like you were saying, T, as an American, to not put these things together and think that we're talking about something terrible.
Yeah.
Archer enters the house now, and when he hears footsteps running up the stairs, he follows. We go with him, eagerly turning every corner until he finds himself alone in the upstairs hallway. He calls his son's name again before gripping the handle of his bedroom door and opening it. In Matthew's bedroom, once again, a small figure breathes rhythmically beneath the Batman sheets. Archer grips the figure by the shoulder and turns it around to reveal Matthew, gazing calmly back at his father, his face peeking out through the bedding. Archer's emotions come in a heavy, shuddering sigh as tears fill his eyes. He asks his son sincerely, pleadingly, where is he? Where did he go? Matthew only stares at him with that same calm expression. Archer demands that he talk to him, and when he doesn't reply, he says it louder, harshly, before dissolving into tears. He says that he's sorry. He's sorry that he wasn't able to say it, and he wanted to say it so many times. He sobs that he really does want to say it all the time because he feels it all the time. He weeps. I love you so much. But suddenly, a light swings over Matthew's face, and it's no longer Matthew at all. It's that same woman that was floating over Justine's bed after her nightmare. She grins at Arthur with gummy, tiny teeth, the blunt baby bangs of her red hair visible beneath the Batman blanket she's wrapped in.
What the hell are you smiling at?
No, she's terrifying.
Yeah.
Her face is caked with white foundation, her eyebrows drawn, arched in high, mocking alarm. Her lips are lost in the overlined smear of her red lipstick, and two bright blue eyes stare out from the eyeshadow and clumped mascara. Archer wakes in Matthew's bed, horrified. Catching his breath, he backs up, cowering against the posters on the wall as he looks around, paranoid. But he is alone, and understandably, he screams, "What the fuck?"
So real.
Yes. There's nothing else to say.
No. And good Lord, again, these sightings of whoever this woman might be
Yes.
are so frightening.
Yes.
And startling.
And just, jarring.
Yes.
Like,
It was such a sincere moment between father and son.
It was. It's like he's sitting there, and again, you're having, like you said, that emotional moment, and then for that to happen, it's like, oh shit!
It was very terrifying because it's like we got to switch gears immediately because I'm getting a little choked up.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Zach Cregger. Jesus Christ.
Archer leaves with his bag and his mug again, but this time, instead of just glancing at the hill where Matthew ran, he takes a long, lingering look. He notices, standing tall over the hill, a radio tower. Back in his kitchen, Archer spreads a map out on the counter. He finds a house with his finger and circles it in red before circling another and drawing a red line connecting the two and going to the edge of the map. He follows the line with his finger, searching. Abruptly, Archer's truck pulls up and parks outside of a house. He gets out and rings the doorbell. Erica, played by Sarah Paxton, opens the door in her pajamas and robe.
Sarah Paxton, she was in The Innkeepers in 2011 and The Last House on the Left remake in 2009.
I remember that, and I remember her being in one episode of CSI that I saw when I was young. And so every time I see her now, of course, that's what I think of. But she is married to Zach Cregger.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't she have like a kind of cameo in Barbarian?
She did, yeah.
And is she related to Bill Paxton?
So I was also curious about that, and it said I think that she is like his 7th cousin or something. Very, very distantly related.
That's
yeah.
wild.
Okay.
I don't even know how many generations that is.
Yeah.
I don't know what any of that means.
I mean, either, dude.
Archer says hello and starts to introduce himself, but Erica interrupts. She knows who he is. He says that he knows they haven't spoken directly, but they've seen each other at a lot of the same. Erica interrupts again and asks how he is. Archer nods that he's good. He's real good, all things considered. He's soldiering on. Erica agrees that they have to, don't they? Archer apologizes for surprising her at home in the middle of the day, but he shares that they have some footage of Matthew leaving the house on their ring cam, and he remembers that they had the same situation with Erica's daughter, Bailey. Erica crosses her arms and nods that he's right. Archer is sure that she showed her footage to the police, just like he did, but he was wondering if she'd let him take a look at it. He says that he doesn't need to copy it or anything, but Erica asserts that she's not comfortable with that. Archer relents. He understands. But later, he is still parked outside of Erica's house eating a Subway sandwich in his truck. I'm like, you and Justine are a lot more alike than you want to admit. When he sees a car pull into the driveway, he wipes his mouth and hops out. Gary, played by Justin Long, gets out of his car and grabs his briefcase from the back seat.
It's Justin Long. We talked about him in Barbarian.
It's Justin Long. He's taken off guard when Archer calls him by name to get his attention. He approaches him in the driveway, identifying himself. When he adds that he's Matthew's dad, Gary sighs, disarmed. He asks how it's going, but Archer just has a strange question he needs to ask him. We cut to Archer, watching with Gary as he pulls up the footage of his and Erica's daughter running away from the house. Erica stands by unhappily with her arms crossed. As he watches the screen where his daughter bounces out of the house in her pajamas, throws her arms wide, and runs away from their home, Gary chuckles uneasily that it's kind of hard to watch this, but Arthur just tells him impatiently to go back to where she steps on the sidewalk. Gary does as he's asked and freezes the frame there. He asks Archer what he sees, but Archer is just focused on the image in front of him. Dragging his finger along the sidewalk, he counts out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside, we see what he was doing, counting the sidewalk panels as he walks them. 5, 6, 7. He stops here and plants a small red flag into the lawn. He runs back to the porch where Erica and Gary still stand. He pushes his way between them and kneels down, tracing the flag's location with the green dot of his laser pointer. He drags the point beyond, up to the house on the other side of the grassy hill.
Giving him a background in construction was really smart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it really allows for a lot of knowledge as far as like landmarks and the area.
Right.
And access to certain things. But watching this, you do have to ask, what the fuck have the cops been doing?
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It happens here in a little bit, but that was my question. Have we not already thought about doing it?
You know,
I don't know how you wouldn't.
Yeah. It seems like something that would be thought of fairly quick.
but this is my point, and you just got to accept me
Okay.
about this movie.
Yes.
This being one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Consulting his map again, Archer uses his red marker to trace this line, where it intersects neatly with the original one that he made. He draws a big red circle around this point before getting into his truck. Erica and Gary watch from their windows, curious. With his map in the passenger seat, Archer drives down the street, wondering what exactly he's looking for. He drives by a gas station where he just so happens to pass a vehicle pulling in from the opposite direction. A vehicle with the big red word witch painted across its doors. Archer decides to pull into the gas station parking lot as well. He gets out of his truck immediately and walks right up to Justine, where she stands getting gas. He says that he wants to talk to her, but Justine doesn't think they have anything to say to each other. Archer thinks that she has a lot to say, though. Justine says, you and every other person in this city. She tells him to believe her. She's got the message loud and clear. She's the problem. Archer thinks that that's the first honest thing he's ever heard her say. She is the problem. Justine asks if he wants to get in her face, to threaten her. He's barking up the wrong tree. But Archer insists that he's not trying to do any of that. The whole victim persona she's taking on might have the police fooled. Archer's voice is suddenly lost to a high-pitched whining as Justine's attention is pulled away from him. She sees someone, running toward the gas station, their arms flung out at their sides as they race straight for her. As he crosses the street and gets closer, Justine sees who it is. In his Mickey Mouse t-shirt, his hair mussed and disheveled, black smeared down his mouth and his eyes bulging unnaturally. She asks, Marcus? Archer is still going off when Principal Marcus Miller finally reaches them and tackles Justine to the ground.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think we have a problem.
Yeah. I think we missed a couple chapters.
Yes.
When she falls, the hose pulls free from her gas tank. She grunts and fights Marcus, who wraps his hands around her throat and squeezes. Archer has been knocked down too, and he looks around at the leaking gas pooling around him. He cries out and grabs Marcus, pulling him off of Justine, but Marcus is able to knock Archer off him immediately, and he goes flailing backward. But he did buy Justine enough time to slither beneath her car and run toward the gas station. Marcus follows, pulling himself beneath her car and starting toward the store with his horrible, bulging eyes. Archer kicks him down before he can get up and advises him to stay down. But Marcus has only one mission. He pants as he gets back to his feet and rushes Archer. Marcus tackles him, and only when Archer is able to slow him from getting to the store, to Justine, Marcus focuses his attention down at him, gripping his throat and choking the way he did with Justine. Archer swings and fights at him, the kind principal we were introduced to gone, buried inside this new man, violent and bloodthirsty. But it cuts to black, and one word appears at the center in white. Paul.
I gotta be honest, I don't give a shit about Paul right now.
Yeah, no.
Paul, you need to wait.
I think there's another chapter.
Yeah.
I could not have been more shocked to see what we just saw.
Yeah.
No.
What the fuck's happening?
Yeah.
Running like the kids.
Yes.
All bloodied.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
I was so intrigued.
Yes. But we can't get into that yet.
No.
In the locker room at the police station, Paul is still in his uniform, talking on the phone with Donna. He asks how her hotel room is, and she admits that it's not the Ritz, but she wasn't expecting them to go nuts. It's fine. Paul points out that it's only for 6 nights, but Donna corrects him. It's only 3. She doesn't need to be here for the wrap-up party, so she's leaving on Thursday. She asks if that's great, and Paul agrees lacklusterly that it's good. Donna reminds him that she's ovulating this Friday, so they can hit their target for the month. Paul nods. Nice. Okay. Yeah, good. Donna says cheekily that she thought he might like that, but she suddenly remembers. Can he tell her dad when he sees him that they can make the anniversary lunch? Paul sighs that he'll let him know. Donna asks if he's about to start his shift, and he says that he is. But when she asks if he's going to hit up a meeting afterward, he says that he wasn't planning on it. Donna asks if he doesn't think he should, and Paul concedes that if he has time, he'll hit one. Donna sighs that especially when he's going to be spending stretches alone, it's really important to go to regular meetings. But Paul says plainly that he's not going to drink. He feels fine. And if he doesn't feel fine, then he'll hit a meeting, okay? Donna backs off. She reminds him again to give her dad the message, and she tells him that she loves him. Paul is like, love you. But as soon as he ends the call, he slams his locker shut and mutters, Jesus Christ.
Okay, this is a lot.
What?
Fuck Paul.
Yeah.
But we have learned a lot in this small...
So
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
This
So much.
lie that he told at the bar, stone cold sober,
Yes.
Yeah.
that he and Donna were no longer a thing. They are absolutely a thing, and they're even trying to
They're
have children.
trying to have
Yes.
a baby.
Yeah.
And they're making plans with her parents. Like, it's so bad, and she's so like excited to see him again. Hates being away from him, and he's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, does not give a fuck.
It's unbelievable. And he's in Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yes.
Explains.
Explains the
Yes.
Coke. And even worse for Justin to be like, come on, just
I
have
know.
one drink with me.
I know I was wrong, guys.
You were wrong.
You don't have to keep doing it. But I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, man. It was like, it's like, come on, dude. You know you need to go.
Yeah.
Go. Don't just like, and even not like you're saying, her whole attitude towards him. It did. I felt the same way. I'm like, I don't really want to stay with this dude right now.
No,
like, I don't want to be in this chapter. This
He
guy
sucks.
sucks.
He does.
I do have to say, aside from the obvious, he's got to be the worst one, right?
Yeah. Because there is one more.
There's one
Yeah.
more. He walks with some hesitation to Captain Ed's office, where after a brisk knock, he asks, hey, Ed? Ed replies, hey, buddy. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
you suck so fucking bad. Paul reports that Donna's coming back early, so they'll be able to have lunch with them on Sunday. Ed wonders why she's coming back early, and Paul says simply that they're cutting her loose, so she wanted him to let Ed know that they're in. Ed nods that sounds good, but Paul still lingers awkwardly in the doorway. He's like, anniversary lunch.
Yeah.
Ed's like, yep. Paul congratulates Ed for a lot of years, and Ed is like, are you calling me old? Why are you calling me old? When Paul stammers that that's not what he meant, Ed reveals flatly that he's just giving him shit. Paul finally excuses himself to go start his shift, and Ed returns to his paperwork. So the plot thickens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your father-in-law is the chief of police.
Yeah.
And dude, just this small scene. Hats off to Toby Huss. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Paul looks utterly miserable when he steps out into the parking lot in pursuit of his cruiser. But through the chain link fence, he spots Justine standing next to the officer that's assessing the paint on her car. She offers him a grin and a wave, and Paul raises his hand in return. So we're establishing the timeline now.
Mm-hmm.
In his cruiser, he sits dourly, sipping from his Red Bull as Don't Be Scared by the Handsome Family plays. Later, he's behind the wheel, just as miserable, when a voice on the radio reports that Monday will mark 30 days since 17 school children disappeared from McCarran County. He adds that the community members have issued a $50,000 reward for any information on their recovery. But Paul spots James dashing across the street with a backpack on, looking around nervously, guiltily. He switches the radio off, turns on the lights, and slides through the red light in front of him.
I guess I would look suspicious too if nobody was in town but me.
Yeah.
And I'm running across an empty ghost town street. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Yeah. No, shit. Because we see people later. Right now, not
No.
so much.
Everybody's at lunch, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
He slows when he comes to an alley. James is inside, standing on a dumpster, visibly attempting to break into one of the windows lining the building. At the sight of him, Paul chirps the siren and uses the speaker to tell James to stop right there. But James doesn't stop right there. He jumps, hitting the dumpster and landing back down into the alley where he sprints away. So Paul takes off too, hoping to cut James off in the next street. He races with his siren on, trailing James as he similarly sprints through a parallel street. Cars in front of him ignore his siren, and Paul has to maneuver past them before turning into another alley, catching James head on. The cars do not give a fuck.
No. It is funny, though, because you could have taken this moment to be a little inconspicuous, and he just fucking takes off running like Jack Sparrow. It's like, yeah, that's not a good look. That's not good.
No, I know. You were up to no good. Yeah. He drives towards James, and when James dashes into a grassy lot, Paul follows in his car. Finally, he jumps out of the cruiser and races after James, threatening to tase him if he doesn't stop. But James doesn't stop until he's tackled by Paul. James pleads with him to stop. He works there. He just lost his keys. Paul rolls his eyes.
In that abandoned building?
I know. Come on.
Paul rolls his eyes, panting as he tightens cuffs around James's wrists. Paul asks if he's okay because they went down pretty hard. James whines but insists that he's fine. He implores Paul to call his warehouse, though. He can look the number up online because James's phone isn't working right now. But Paul is just concerned with the cuffs being too tight. After he checks in with James and confirms that they're fine, he pulls James to his feet. And he is being very kind to him now that he's caught him.
I was going to say that because what we know of Paul, I was very surprised how he was handling himself at the start of this.
Yes.
He wipes grass off of James's jacket as he marches him back to the cruiser. When he asks James's name, James supplies it, and Paul uses it as he stops James in front of the police car. He pulls on blue gloves and asks if James has any weapons on him. No. Drugs? No. Is there anything in his pocket that's going to stick Paul when he puts his hands in there? James says no. Paul asks if he's sure because he doesn't want to get poked with anything. James is sure he has nothing. So Paul starts to pat James down as politely as he can. He advises that he shouldn't run from the police. He sticks his hand into James's pocket, only to pull it right back out with a ragged gasp. When he frees his hand, a used syringe comes out with it and falls into the grass. Paul looks down at his index finger where the needle has punctured the blue glove and red blood blossoms.
For, what a horrible ways to store a syringe aside.
Yeah.
What is even going through your mind?
I don't know.
This is a nightmare.
Yeah.
A literal nightmare.
Yes.
Paul stares at this in horror, a high-pitched ringing taking over his hearing, his vision losing focus. He clenches his trembling hand into a fist and punches James in the head. James goes down.
You can't be doing that.
You can't be doing that. I cannot.
I do understand.
No,
I can't imagine the panic, the utter panic that would seize you. Like the representation of the ringing and him losing his vision, that's exactly what it would be. It would be pure fucking panic.
Yeah, and you did ask. You
twice.
Asked very nicely.
You did.
And what's funny is I don't even think that James was being nefarious. I think that he literally just doesn't know what the fuck's happening.
Right. Yeah.
True.
He's just like, nah, because you're already caught. If he's gonna find it. It's just literally sticking straight up in your pocket.
Terrible.
Again, yes, yeah. Very
terrible
bad.
choice.
Yeah.
Frantically, sweating and trembling, Paul jumps back behind the wheel to cleanse his finger. He squeezes out more blood, begging in a whisper to just please be okay. But his shuddering breath stops when he realizes something and looks up. The dash cam. He pulls the plug on it and contemplates. Shit.
This is very bad and uncomfortable.
Yes.
And also, don't you think anybody who reviews these tapes are like, hey, why the fuck? Why did it just stop abruptly?
Yeah.
Isn't it also very suspicious?
Mm-hmm. Yes. In a non-corrupt system, it would be very suspicious.
Right.
That's very true.
Whatever.
Yeah, we'll learn. And we know.
Yeah. Paul gets out of the car and pulls James, who is still in a crumpled heap on the side of the car, into a sitting position. He jostles him to consciousness and explains what's going to happen next. He's going to take James's cuffs off. Then he's going to get back in his car and drive away. But he does not want to see James here again. The way he sees it, he did James wrong and James did him wrong. They can just call it a day. He warns that if he does see James out here, though, it's going to be a different story.
Look, I get it. I get it, kind of, but what does that mean? You're going to kill me when you see me? What the fuck are you talking about? You're a cop. What are you...
This is mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
I'm going to be wherever the fuck I want. I'm going to go break into that warehouse right now.
Yeah, honestly,
going back.
That's immediately where I'm going. And you're right. Is it really a solid, who's going to be in a lot more trouble?
Yeah.
Really?
Still drowsing, James nods. Paul tells him that he means it as he lifts him to get his cuffs off. 1, 2. We cut to the police station where Paul walks in and toward Captain Ed, who's in a conversation. Paul's stricken and pale face draws Ed's attention away from the man in front of him, and we suddenly find them in the privacy of an interrogation room. Ed paces and looks out of the window to ensure that they're alone. Once he's certain, he gets down to business as Paul watches him, defeated. As long as nothing is reported, that footage will sit on a drive to be recorded over in about a month. Which does not seem like a long enough time.
No.
Just for the record.
They're like, did you threaten him? Did you make sure he's not?
Yeah.
If that fucking citizen, he says, doesn't come back within that month and file a complaint, then all of this will go away. But if they do file a complaint, Paul is going to be in some serious hot water. Paul nods in understanding, but when Ed asks if he got his hand checked out, we find him plopping back behind the driver's seat of his cruiser. This is fucked, dude.
Yeah.
This is fucked up.
I think one thing for the chief, as far as not being as nefarious or terrible, is he's not saying, we can go delete that right now.
Right.
Yeah.
He's like, it's up in the air.
Yeah. And also, that's his son-in-law.
Yeah.
It's so fucking, it's messy. It's terrible.
It is.
Paul fidgets with trembling hands, his index finger large with its wrapped bandage. He hits the wheel and cries out, fuck. But he steadies himself and pulls out his phone. A text message resides in his notifications with the wallpaper behind it, a photo of Paul and Donna, smiling and happy. It's Justine texting one word. Hey. Paul focuses on the word.
God damn it.
Yep.
I know.
Dark End of the Street begins to play as he walks into the bar. Justine's face lights up when she sees him, and she walks over with a smile. When he asks if they can hug, she says, of course they can. Jesus. We smash cut to Paul and Justine getting it in at Justine's house.
All right.
They were.
Yes. It was rather aggressive.
She drives him back to the bar parking lot and drives away as he gets behind the wheel.
I am fucking furious. What just happened to him?
Yes.
And that's the little work accident.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You motherfucker.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And then has sex with Justine.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's fucking sucks, dude. Putting her at a whole nother level of risk.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, because we have no idea what we got poked with.
No.
And I will say, though, him offering this sage advice, he can compartmentalize with the fucking best of them. I'd be like, dude, I can't really talk about you right now. I'm scared to death. I wouldn't be able to have any kind of conversation.
You ever been poked with the dirty needle?
Yeah. What happened when you did? It's very important.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm scared.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he finally gets home, he sighs, but his eyes are drawn immediately to the purse on the kitchen counter. Donna calls for him from upstairs and comes down in her bright red shirt. She's happy when she saunters downstairs with the mail and asks where he's been. Paul just points out that she's already back, and she smiles, explaining that someone got sick, so her whole team got sent home. But when she gets a good look at Paul and his civilian clothes and guilty face, she interrupts herself, asking again, where you been? Paul just blinks and stammers that he was out. Her smile a little forced now, Donna asks, where? Paul is looking guilty as hell, and he doesn't even respond when she calls his name. Finally, realization settles in, and Donna's joviality fades away. She accuses, you piece of shit.
This poor woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the police station, Paul sulks through the halls toward Ed's office. The two lock eyes, and Ed's expression is cold, but Paul doesn't stop to ask questions. Still looking very pale, he steps outside, where through the chain link fence of the station, he spots James.
Jesus Christ, James.
Walking around casually. Like he doesn't have a care in the world.
Like he wasn't threatened yesterday.
Yeah.
Paul screams at him, asking what the fuck did he tell him? James immediately too fast around the corner, but Paul races to his cruiser. He jumps behind the wheel and quickly unplugs his dash cam, his jaw set in determination. The screen goes black and a white word appears at its center. James. So here's the thing, right? I feel like I understand that Paul is completely out of control right now. The health scare that he's going through, Donna catching his ass, Justine potentially manipulating him and, aiding him and breaking his sobriety, his father-in-law / boss being involved in all of this. I understand how powerless and out of control he must feel and that James must be one thing that he can control. But James can call my bluff. Walk past the police station. I'm not going to fuck with you, dude. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's police brutality.
Yeah.
Call my bluff. I'm not doing anything to him.
And
the fact that he's like, what the fuck did I
dude,
tell
that's
you?
the other thing. If we're talking about a case, I guarantee there's cameras outside of the police station.
Yes!
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Why are you yelling at this dude? And why did your camera stop recording yesterday?
Yeah. And again right now, because he unplugs it before he takes off. So it's just like, Paul, it's just I couldn't agree less with literally every decision he makes.
Aw.
But James sits shirtless in a blue tent while rain falls steadily around him. In frantic, jerky movements, he smokes from a glass pipe. When he gets nothing, he curses, digging around in a small tin filled with used needles, and he finds a twisted wire. So this is just how he lives.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
he's in there stressing.
Yeah. He tries to free the contents of the pipe, dumping nearly nothing into his hand and stuffing it back inside. He lights it, tries to smoke. Nothing. He yells and curses, defeated, and he jumps out of his tent, kicking his belongings as the rain beats down on him. Later, under the clear sky, we find him talking on the phone as he walks down the street, explaining to the person on the other end that he has a new phone, but it's him. As he passes the cars parked on the street, he tries each of their door handles and finds them locked. He boasts to the person on the phone that he got a new job and he thanks them for their congratulations. He's just got a teeny little problem. He can't start this new job until he has shoes and a new outfit. He's like, wait, no. He's got the job. It's a good thing. And of course he's going to pay mom back. But he can't do that until he gets the money to get the clothes, to get the job, to get the money to pay mom back.
Yeah, come on, man.
Outlook doubtful.
Yeah.
He paces, and when he realizes that he's been hung up on, he grunts in frustration, muttering, fuck, fuck, fuck. He absently tries the handle of the next car, and this time it opens, and James dashes inside. We cut to him walking down another street and rummaging through a little girl's stolen backpack. On the phone again, he concedes that he doesn't think he was communicating very well, just how important it is that he gets a little bit of money so that he can get the clothes for the job to get the job. He's like, please call me back so I can communicate that better. Love you. He throws aside a cup and clothes and then finally the backpack itself when he finds a brightly colored tablet and headphones. Pleased with his findings, he goes straight to the pawn shop. And as soon as the pawnbroker, played by Muhammad Fahmy, flips the sign from closed to open, James goes inside. The broker looks at the tablet, its screen cracked despite the rubbery pink and blue case protecting it. He looks between this and the matching headphones, and after mulling it over, he decides simply, no, he doesn't want it. James is in disbelief. What does he mean? He insists that it's good stuff. It's worth like $50. The broker replies again simply, no. James concedes, okay, 20, 10, 5. The broker shakes his head despite James pleading with him desperately. James scuttles across the street straight to the alley where he hops up on the dumpster and starts to pry the covering off of one of the windows. When Paul's police car rolls up and the siren chirps, James jumps off the dumpster and sprints down the alley. Everything goes black. And when we come back, Paul is leaning over James, his face drenched in sweat as he warns that if he sees James out here again, it's going to be a different story. Dazed, James nods his agreement, and Paul pulls him to his feet.
This, again, when we talk about recontextualizing scenes that we've seen before, the way that this is shot, Paul feels so menacing.
Yeah.
When before you felt his fear and
panic.
paranoia.
Yeah.
But now it's like it's this cop threatening him because it's from James.
Yeah.
It's his
point
perspective.
of view.
Oh, he
yeah.
was still a dick anyway.
Well, he was.
Yeah, he was.
But no, I
But
get
more
what you're saying.
desperate,
Yeah. It does make it different. Again, like you're saying, going through their point of views. James, I know a lot of people when I was younger, whatever. And this dude, I was like, I know that guy.
Right.
I know who that guy is. And it was when we see it from his point of view, I was like, oh, you're just having a bad day, dude.
A terrible day.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of King of the Hill where they're firefighters and
Yeah.
then they're all retelling the events from the point of view.
Yeah.
James walks down another street later. Thunder booms and rain begins to pour down in sheets. He pauses when he sees a house across the street. The Lily House, with several delivered papers thrown into the driveway, abandoned. He hurries across the street and scopes out the house. Finding the front door locked, he goes around the back, peering up through the rain at the newspaper-lined windows. He tries the back door. Locked. Undeterred, James climbs up the trellis and finds an unlocked window. He pushes it open and lets himself into a room cluttered with furniture. He makes quite the racket climbing inside.
Yeah. I was like, dude, you're making a lot of noise.
Yeah, and it's like the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And
It's very dangerous to be doing this.
I can believe that he just tried to walk through the front door.
And is he really just stumbling upon this house just by coincidence on accident? Because holy shit, your chances.
True.
Yeah, that is true.
You know?
It looks like it is by chance, and then he sees the newspapers and he's like, oh, maybe nobody's home.
Yeah.
He walks down the upstairs hallway and pushes the door to Alex's bedroom open. He walks over to the bed and pulls the starry pillowcase off of the pillow before stealing a snack from the bed. He flings the empty suitcase over his shoulder as he walks to the other end of the hall. A light shines from the crack at the bottom, but when James tries to open it, he finds it locked. He goes instead downstairs to the cluttered first floor. Peering around, he finally sets his sights on the entertainment center in the living room. He rifles through their belongings, searching desperately for something of value to steal. He finds what my research has gathered is a Retron 3 HD console, but he doesn't take it. He looks through their movies, stopping to admire. Oh, fuck, Willow.
Dude,
Yeah.
this guy's a character.
He really is. But as he looks at the DVD, he sees something reflected in the black TV screen. Alex's mom and dad sitting on the couch next to each other, unkempt and staring. With a sharp musical sting, James's head shoots up and he turns to see the couple sitting silently right behind him on the couch. He throws himself back against the wall in his panic and starts to stammer out an apology, but neither of them say a word or even acknowledge him. James goes over to the woman, leaning in her face and asking if she's good. He waves a hand in front of her eyes. She doesn't respond. He shifts over to the man, snapping in front of his face. When he doesn't get a response from him either, he returns to the entertainment center, sliding some of the goods into Alex's pillowcase as he eyes the couple nervously. Choosing still to steal
Yes.
Yeah.
was a wild choice.
Well, he's tested. He's like, okay.
Yeah, he did. He checked on him.
Yeah.
You good? You all right?
And
All
that's
right.
fine.
Yeah.
These taxidermied people or whatever. We can just. What were we doing before?
Willow, that's right.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
When he hears thudding upstairs, his eyes flit up to the ceiling. But none of this causes James to abort his mission. He goes to the kitchen next, grabs handfuls of silverware from the drawer and stuffs them into the pillowcase. He pulls all the drawers open, looking for more, but he stops when he notices that one of the counters is littered with empty cans of soup. He picks one up and inspects it. After pacing back and forth, he sets his sights on the basement door. Still clutching the pillowcase, James opens it and steps inside. He starts down the stairs, but he stops when he peers down into the basement. The children, still clad in the pajamas they ran away in, all stand down there with their backs to James. They face forward, completely still and completely silent. When James takes a stunned step back, the stairs creak, and with that sharp musical sting, all the kids turn in unison to face him. James apologizes as he scrambles up the stairs and slams the basement door behind him.
That's none of my business.
Yeah.
None. He slides an end table in front of the door, but in his panic, he spilled the contents of his pillowcase. He kneels down, muttering to himself, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" As he stuffs the contents back inside, he's so focused that he doesn't see Alex's mom and dad rise from the couch and start toward him. The score goes wild, and by the time James spots them, they're right next to him. He races for the front door and yanks it open. The chain lock is still in place, and he has to close it again frantically, fumbling with frenzied fingers to release it before ripping the door open again and running out into the rain. Alex's mom and dad don't go past the threshold, and they slam the door as James sprints away.
I love the tension of that exit.
That was crazy.
So cool.
Yeah.
His first stop, naturally, is to the pawn shop, where the broker takes inventory of his pilfered goods. James eyes the walls, looking at a mounted animal head and lingering on a sign boasting a $50,000 reward for the whereabouts of the 17 missing children. He cocks his head to the side and scans over the posted black and white pictures of the kids' smiling little faces, but his eyes snap back up to that number, bold and red at the top, $50,000.
His reaction is priceless.
Yeah.
His jaw drops.
Yeah. He did just see those kids.
He did. It's funny it took this fucking poster to...
He's like,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
Like, oh, that's...
I don't think he's been very plugged in.
Probably not.
The broker places $100 in front of him, and he has to get James's attention to take it. James peels his eyes away from the poster, snatches his money, and hurries out of the pawn shop. After successfully smoking from his pipe, James makes a phone call inquiring about the $50,000 reward for information on the missing kids because he knows where they are. When he's asked a question, he guesses that it's probably all of them. They were all standing in the basement of this house, just standing all still and shit, and there were some wackos in there. It was all fucked up. He giggles and asks how it works. Does he get the money?
And it's a wildly accurate description.
Yeah.
Like,
He's
totally
not
right.
lying.
absolutely.
He insists that he's serious and he promises to show them, but he really doesn't want to go into the station. He asks if someone can meet him somewhere with the cash because police stations really freak him out. He's phobic. He's walking down the street when someone screams at him, "Hey!" James looks up to see Paul standing on the other side of the fence, screaming, "What the fuck did I tell you?" James sprints back the way he came. The score pulses as he dashes down streets, making quick turns until he finds himself next to the woods, and he hurries inside. In the shaded safety of the trees, James finally slows down. He mocks Paul as he stomps along, but suddenly, something makes him stop in his tracks. He turns, pivoting as he surveils his surroundings, his dilated eyes searching and his mouth slack. Finally, contrasting colorfully against the trees, he sees that woman. Her bright red hair and garish makeup, an outdated tracksuit. She waves at him with a big smile. James runs away again. He makes it to his tent, dives inside, and zips it behind him. He pants, rocking as he assures himself that that wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. But something real is approaching the tent. Its shadow falls over the zipped flap. Thinking quickly, James arms himself with a handful of used syringes. He holds them up in his fist, ready to strike. The zipper begins to rasp as it's slowly dragged open. James's panting is ragged as he tightens his grip, and as soon as the tent opens, he stabs the intruder in the face. Only it's not that second person he was running from. It was the first person he was running from. James cowers back into the tent, and Paul shrieks as he falls backward, having taken a handful of syringes to the face.
I love the punctuation by the score.
Yes.
Yeah.
When it punctures him, but god damn.
I know.
It's just a comedy of errors.
One still sticks defiantly out of his cheek, and he has to rip it away before scrambling for James. He grabs him by the ankles and yanks him from the tent before grabbing his shotgun and aiming it right in James's face. But James begs him to wait. He knows where those kids are.
Was he just gonna kill him?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Well, this means he brought his shotgun into the woods.
oh,
So maybe,
Yeah, but
maybe he was.
he just wanted to save those kids and get a little high.
it's yeah.
Or get high and save the kids.
Yeah,
Whatever order.
Yeah.
He says that he knows where the kids are. That's why he was going to the station. Paul roars that he's lying, but James promises that he's not. He does know where they are. When Paul asks him where, James stammers that it's in a house in the basement. It's not far. Paul asks what house, and James offers to show him, promising again that it's really, really, really close. Paul considers this, still aiming the gun as he catches his breath. Paul puts the handcuffed James into the back seat of his cruiser before sitting down behind the wheel with a sigh. When he sees the punctures left in his cheek by the needles, he laments, "Fuck me." He quickly turns and asks James directly if he has AIDS. When James doesn't understand, Paul repeats the question, and James is like, "I don't think so."
I know.
The worst
I
answer.
know. It's like, dude, come on. Know something right now.
Please.
Something. Paul presses, "Hepatitis? Shit like that?" James goes, "Shit, not that I know of." Hardly comforted, Paul shifts the car into drive. As they approach, James directs him to the red brick house he very recently escaped from. Paul pulls to the curb and parks. Before he can get out, James politely excuses himself. He's not trying to be rude, but how does he know that Paul's not going to take all that reward money for himself? Paul blinks for a moment, decides not to dignify James with a response, and exits the vehicle. James continues to call out to him respectfully, but when Paul crosses the overgrown lawn to the front door, he's like, "Oh, man."
You're right, dude. He is so polite.
Yeah.
It's like, "Excuse me, sir."
He was.
We watch through the bars on James's window as Paul rings the doorbell and waits. After a moment, the door swings open, revealing nothing but darkness. Still, Paul speaks to someone, and after a cursory introduction, he steps inside. The door closes behind him, and frustrated, James asks, "What the fuck?" That night, still sitting alone in the backseat of the cruiser after darkness has fallen, James asks again, "What the fuck?" He flops back against the seat before slamming his head against the divider separating him from the front, imploring to be let the fuck out of here. Finally, the front door to the Lily house swings open, revealing again the darkness inside of the house. James is grateful, but when he catches sight of Paul staggering out of the front door, through the lush lawn, and coming right toward him, he scrambles back, cowering against the opposite door. Growling, Paul rips the door open and grabs James by his ankles. James screams at him to get the fuck off of him, but Paul grunts as he drags him out of the car and across the yard, back to the house. James screams for help, powerless, with his hands still cuffed behind his back, but no help comes, and the screen goes black. One word appears at its center in white: Marcus.
So now we have established something. Obviously, we had already known something strange was happening in that house
Yes.
with the people that were already in the house.
Mm-hmm.
But now seeing this, it's like, what the hell did they do to Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was in there for some time, but
Yeah.
he came out a little different.
Yes.
And then you start to think about Marcus.
Yeah.
And now we have his chapter.
Yep. But it's like the film is so engrossing that when you're ripped away from Marcus at the gas station earlier and you're like, wait, let's go back. But we've gone through Paul and James.
Yeah.
And I'm along for the ride. I'm not like, where the fuck is you know what I mean? And when we're back, it's like, oh shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Muzak plays as Marcus walks down the aisle of the supermarket. He has the phone pressed to his ear, listening to Justine's frantic voice, asserting that there is something very wrong going on inside that house. Marcus's husband, Terry, played by Clayton Ferris, holds up 2 different kinds of peanut butter, and Marcus makes his selection with a silent point. Terry puts it in the cart and returns the other to the shelf. Marcus tells Justine the bottom line. Alex has been traumatized enough by the last few months' events, just like Justine has. I'm realizing that I don't think that timeline adds up.
Yeah.
Because wasn't it 30 days?
That's what they said on the...
Yeah, and Paul's car.
Yeah.
You know, it's fine.
Well, maybe she's...
Sometimes 30 days feel like 3 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What if her DUI was within those last few months?
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Maybe.
And so it's more than just this...
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, that's...
No, he's talking about Alex being traumatized, not her.
Oh, well, then never mind.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Alex also
Has a
Has a
DUI.
has trouble. I don't know.
We don't know.
We haven't gotten his chapter.
Right. We'll see when we get there. But he says that Alex has been traumatized just like Justine has. So he's going to do her the courtesy of forgetting that this phone call ever took place. As he rounds the corner to the next aisle, Justine reminds him that if a child's welfare is questioned, by law, he has to refer it to CPS. By law. Terry holds up 2 packages of Pepperidge Farm cookies. With the point from Marcus, the Tahoe are put in the cart and the Sausalito go back on the shelf. Marcus asks Justine if that's really where she's taking this. Is this the corner she's putting him in? Justine implores him to just go make the house call. Terry holds up 2 boxes of cereal. Marcus asserts that he's not authorized to make house calls. Terry shakes the boxes, rattling their contents, and Marcus is distracted, but he still points. Fruity Pebbles goes in the cart, Berry Pebbles back on the shelf. Marcus concedes that he can do this. He'll invite Alex's parents to have a face-to-face talk with him at the school. Annoyed, he asks Justine if that's acceptable to her, and it is. She thanks Marcus. She would really appreciate that. He tells her that she's welcome, offers a curt goodbye, and ends the call.
And so this is very interesting because from her point of view, it seemed like she was dismissed immediately.
Yeah, that is true.
But he is willing to help. He's even scheduling this meeting.
Yeah.
He's doing really all that
And
he
it's
can.
like, dude, I'm off. I'm trying to grocery shop with my man. Like, leave me the fuck alone. But he is patient.
Yeah.
Still, like, because, you know, obviously Justine has no problem overstepping the bounds of her position.
Yes.
He's like, I can't just fucking make house calls, dude. Like, I'm not authorized to do that.
Yeah, and it is. I don't want to say she's being a bit of pain in the ass, but she's being a little bit of pain in the ass. I do understand the welfare and, you know, whatever, the children, and I get it. But if he's told her already, dude, sit down for a minute. Let them do what they're doing.
And I feel like if you haven't seen what she just saw, it is like, dude, that's enough.
Yeah.
Right.
You need to stop.
It just seems like more of the same.
Right.
Yes. In his office, Marcus is working on his computer and snacking on jelly beans when someone knocks at the door. When he tells them to come in, Marge, played by Carrie Gibson, steps in with an amused expression and a conspiratorial tone. Your 2 o'clock is here. Chewing away at his candy, Marcus says absently that that's fine. Marge continues to look at him, communicating without words, but Marcus doesn't catch her drift when he looks up. He tells her, "Send them in, please." Marge does as she's told. Turning back into the hall, she beckons. "This way, ma'am." Marcus looks up at the frosted window of his office where he sees someone with bright red hair walking over to Marge. Finally, she steps inside, her flowery handbag in the crook of her arm, a colorful tracksuit, large green pearls, her red hair with their blunt Gale Weathers bangs, her lipstick-smeared mouth, pallid foundation, and overmade eyes, slightly hidden behind large sunglasses. It's Gladys, played by Amy Madigan.
Amy Madigan. She was in Gone Baby Gone in 07.
Huh.
The Dark Half in 93. Uncle Buck in 89. And Field of Dreams in 89.
All right.
Yeah.
Dude, Gone Baby Gone is so good.
It is. Gladys, firstly, just this performance is
Yes.
Yeah.
incredible. This character on site is loud.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Heavy on the word character. Like,
Yes.
this is a lot.
Yeah.
Cregger had said that his casting director suggested Meryl Streep for the role of Gladys.
Wow.
He said that while that would be amazing, he knew immediately that her presence alone was going to dominate this movie,
Okay.
which is fair.
Yeah. No. Yes. Yeah.
I can't imagine. But she, of course, would have killed it. Meanwhile, in an interview with Amy Madigan and her husband of 42 years, Ed Harris.
Hey.
What? Yes. She was saying that the offers were completely drying up for her, and she was honestly ready to just quit acting. Ed Harris had told her to just hold on because he felt like something big was coming. Cut to Cregger setting a lunch meeting with Madigan to talk about this role. He said that on the way there, he was telling himself, because he's so impulsive, no matter how well this goes or how perfect she seems, do not offer her the part yet. Like, don't do it at this lunch. He said it's a big decision and he really needed to stop and think about it. So they meet for lunch, and 10 minutes in, before their food has even arrived, he's basically like, please, 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 please. He said that as soon as he saw her, it just clicked. And when she came in for the first camera test in her makeup and wardrobe, he said that he was so emotional looking at her that he started crying, and that Josh Brolin felt the same way.
Wow.
He said that seeing her as this character reminded him of a time when actors truly experimented and weren't concerned with cosmetics or ego. He said that this movie works because of Amy Madigan and that she saved his film.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And it does. There's a lot of bold choices.
Yeah.
I was joking earlier about her appearance because it is loud.
It
but
is.
It is so unique, and it's not something that you can do half-assed.
Yes.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me, and I don't know if it's maybe I'm sure it is because of the makeup, but it kind of reminds me of like the Joker.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Heath Ledger's Joker. He was very dangerous or like very evil or menacing, but he wasn't all the time very loud. He wasn't, you know what I mean? He would talk just softly, or the way Joker did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there is a duality, and it's the same thing here.
Yeah.
Because she is very soft-spoken, and a lot comes across through this very odd and eerie politeness.
Yes. Yeah. And you talking about her aesthetics being so loud, we will learn more about Gladys and who she is as a character. But Cregger said that he thought of how this kind of character would stereotypically be portrayed physically. And he just thought it was a fun take that she would be a brightly colored woman from Miami. He called her a peacock.
Okay.
And he said that he was inspired by photography from Cindy Sherman and an episode of Twin Peaks with a character that scared him as a kid that he always wanted to explore further.
Yes, I understand.
But it was funny because he said that Amy Madigan has no social media whatsoever. And so she had no concept of how much everyone loved Gladys's aesthetics. And so he would take it upon himself to send her all of the posts of people and all of the TikToks of them dressing up as Gladys. And she was just in disbelief. She couldn't believe it.
Well, it's become iconic.
Yeah.
In a very short period of time.
Yes. Marcus forces himself to his feet and crosses the room to shake her hand. He invites her to sit on the couch, and he takes his place in the chair across from her. Marge is still staring at her openly, and Marcus has to break her stare by thanking her firmly. Marge finally leaves and closes the door. Marcus thanks Gladys for coming in. He understands that her family has had a lot of attention lately, and not all of it could possibly be wanted. But Gladys assures him that it's fine. She's happy to come by. Marcus pardons himself, but they haven't met, have they? Gladys confirms this. She doesn't think so. And Marcus is like, phew. They both share a chuckle as he adds that he's relatively certain that he'd remember.
Yeah.
He says that he has met Alex's father before. Gladys interrupts. She's Alex's aunt. His mother is her baby sister. Marcus understands that means she's not his legal guardian, and Gladys agrees. That would be his parents, of course. Marcus asks for forgiveness, but he unfortunately really needs to speak with Alex's parents. Gladys sighs sadly. She really hates to say this, but his parents have been feeling unwell lately, and she's staying with them to help take care of Alex. Marcus is worried. That sounds serious, but Gladys dismisses it. It's nothing terminal, just a touch of consumption. Marcus is like, a touch of consumption? Gladys nods. Yeah. Marcus chuckles that he's embarrassed to admit he doesn't really know what that means. He thought it was something settlers got on the Oregon Trail. Gladys laughs loudly at this, but Marcus is like, so what is it?
Yeah.
It's very important.
He goes, tuberculosis. But Gladys assures him that they're doing just fine. They just need to stay home.
I love when films say what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Because I literally said, what is this, the Oregon Trail? And then he says, I'm like, all right. And we didn't even make mention of the fact that we're finally seeing this woman who we've seen in nightmares only.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that probably is important.
Yeah.
Marcus winces at this. He'd really hoped to speak with them in person because this is awkward, but a concerned individual has lodged a welfare complaint, so he needs to make contact with the child's legal guardian. It's simply not negotiable. As he speaks, Gladys's attention is pulled to colorful reading achievement ribbons. They come into focus for a second until Gladys shifts her focus back to Marcus. He concludes that he really needs to speak with the parents in person. Gladys laments, "Oh dear." And Marcus offers to come over to the house if that makes things easier. He's only trying to avoid involving CPS, even though he's frankly not convinced that anything is wrong. Gladys hisses, her eyes widening behind her glasses. CPS? Her tone pitches back up, bubbly, when she tries to ask casually, and who made the complaint?
I don't think
I know.
we are not answering that question.
Marcus tells her that he can't say, and Gladys admits that this is very upsetting. We are suddenly looking down at a tray of chips, carrots, ranch, cookies, and 7 hot dogs that are being garnished with mustard.
Aw.
This is a homage to his friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which that skit, I rewatched it. It's
It's very good.
really funny. But it's picked up by Terry, who, wearing a Minnie Mouse t-shirt, carries it into the living room. Marcus sits there, ready for snacks. And as soon as Terry sets the tray down on the table between their matching chairs, Marcus grabs the carrot, dunks it, and eats it.
Matching chairs.
Matching shirts.
Outfits. They're just trying to have an adorable day at home.
I
Yeah.
know.
This is what follows one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It's so unfair. Marcus is focused on the TV, where a nature show describes parasitic cordyceps feeding off of the host's body. Terry grimaces that that's disgusting, but it only gets worse when the ant on the screen becomes a victim to the fungal fruiting growing out of its head and blossoming.
Yeah.
The doorbell rings and Terry wonders who it could be. With a sigh, Marcus gets up to find out. It's obvious who it is through the glass front door. But Marcus still opens it to find Gladys standing on his porch, out of breath and thanking God that he's home. I don't think we are questioned enough, or that she is questioned enough. How the fuck do you know where I live?
Yeah. That's all I
Yes.
was thinking right now.
Terry calls out from the living room asking who it is, and Marcus doesn't have time to answer before Gladys apologizes for bothering him on a Saturday. She begs him to forgive her. Marcus says that they were just sitting down, but Gladys continues. The bus didn't pick her up where it was supposed to, and she realized far too late that she was standing on the wrong corner. She sucks in a ragged breath and finishes that by the time she put it together, she'd missed the bus entirely. Terry appears behind Marcus, peering over his husband's shoulder with some surprise at the woman standing on his porch. Gladys says that she had to walk all the way across town to get here. Marcus offers his apologies that she did that, but they were just So Gladys offers her own apologies, sweetie. She's on the verge of collapse.
Not one piece of this makes any sense.
No. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
She's like, I'm going to sell it with the performance.
And she is, but it's like, if you're walking across town, why don't you just go the fuck home?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
It makes no sense. But flitting her eyes to Terry, she asks if she could please have some water. Marcus starts to deny her, which is pretty funny because, dude, every red flag would be going off. But Terry pushes past him and extends his hands to Gladys. Of course she can have some water. Marcus tries to say again that he doesn't think it's a good idea, but Gladys has already taken her opportunity and stepped inside. She holds Terry's hands and introduces herself. It's so nice to meet them. She is a lot better as soon as she gets in the house.
Yeah.
Marcus closes the door and Gladys suddenly exclaims that she loves this house. She points out their decor, boasting the obvious authenticity of their things. Her energy suddenly renewed. She leads Terry and Marcus to their own kitchen, which she also loves. She's so envious of the clean white cabinets. She plops her purse down on the island and finally turns her attention back to Marcus. She knows that it's inconvenient, but she just had to talk to him about the conversation they had yesterday.
Just immediately switching tactics.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
She suddenly starts to cough, and Terry tells Marcus to get her a glass. Marcus goes to one of the cabinets, but Gladys corrects him. A bowl, please. Marcus is confused, but Gladys explains that it's a peculiarity of hers. She doesn't even try to rationalize it anymore.
I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Yeah. I'll put your water in a plastic bag for you. You can have a straw.
Get on your way.
Yeah.
Marcus takes a glass bowl from the cabinet, offering to get her a bowl of water and shooting his husband a glance before going to the faucet to fill it up. Gladys says that she talked to Alex's very ill father, and he's more than happy to come in on Monday, sit down with Marcus, and clear everything up. Marcus sets the bowl down in front of Gladys. He says that he appreciates that, but it's really not necessary. He's barely finished his sentence before Gladys questions, so there's no need to call the authorities, right? Marcus is like, sure, I guess not. Gladys amends her question. He hasn't contacted them yet, right? Marcus insists that Gladys, but he stops when he sees that the strange woman is twisting something between her fingers, a sharp stick with a bright blue ribbon wrapped around it with twine. He asks her, is that my ribbon?
I'm going to leave my own house.
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You love the house so much you can have it.
I don't know what's going on.
We're leaving.
You've got my ribbon. You're asking for a bowl of water.
This is not how I imagined my Saturday.
No, yeah. We were just fixing to have hot dogs, man.
Yeah, 7.
Yes.
But Gladys wants to know, you haven't contacted them, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, no
I contacted all of them, dude. They're outside right now. But Marcus says that he hasn't, but he wants to know what this is. Instead of answering, Gladys drags a point from the stick across her palm, slicing the skin open and drawing blood. Terry yelps, covering his mouth and taking a step back. But Gladys is just like, whoops, look what I did. Oh my goodness. Marcus demands to know why she did that, and Gladys explains that it was an accident, of course. But she presents her bloody hand to him, pointing out that it's really bleeding. Marcus tells Terry to go get the alcohol in the first aid kit. Terry starts to hurry away, but Gladys stops him. That's nonsense. She asks instead for a rag. She drags the ribbon across her palm, soaking up the blood. Marcus is appalled and stammering, but Terry approaches cautiously with the towel held out in front of him. Instead of taking it, Gladys pulls out a large pair of scissors from her purse, raises them, and snips at Terry's hair. Terry screams and backs up, telling his husband that he thinks she just cut his hair. Marcus decides that it's time to call 911, but Gladys calmly reaches into her bag and pulls out a gold bell. She shakes it, ringing it just once, and Marcus goes rigid. The phone slips from his fingers and clatters on the floor. He is stricken, shaking, choking, and Terry is no longer concerned with his hair. Afraid, he gently calls out Marcus's name.
Do you think it would count if I drop kicked her after she cut my hair and the bell fell and rang?
Oh, I think it's all about intention. I think that
Okay.
it would have to be from her.
Okay.
So I think you'd be all right.
Right?
I think it's worth a try.
And this is the second time we've seen haircut.
Yes.
Yep.
So now we're like, okay, now
Yeah.
we get to see what's done with it.
Yeah.
And the triangle on the bell, like from the opening title.
Yes.
Gladys sets down the bell, an inverted triangle and a 6 carved into it, and picks up the piece of Terry's hair. She twists it around the ribbon-wrapped stick in a fluid, practiced motion before holding it up, her fingers lightly gripping each side of the stick. Marcus continues to spasm and shake, staring up at the ceiling. Gladys snaps the stick, and with a musical sting, Marcus's head jerks to the side and looks at Terry. Terry gasps, but he doesn't move, and Marcus tackles him to the kitchen floor easily. He starts to choke Terry. Suddenly, a river of inky black rushes from Marcus's lips and right onto Terry's face. Once he's expelled the liquid, he headbutts his husband. Marcus does this again and again and again, his eyes growing more frantic, his face staining dark, a sickening thwack echoing with every impact. Gladys is unfazed. She goes to the sink to wash her hands and wrap a clean towel around her injury. She hums lightly to herself as Marcus brings his head down again and again, and when we see Terry's face, it is concave. Marcus grunts and pants, but when Gladys casually drops the broken stick into the bowl of water, Marcus stands up, stunned, but ready.
This scene was watched with my hand over my mouth
Yeah.
because never in a million years could I have predicted what we were going to see here, how brutal this murder is. But finally getting some kind of answer as far as what's going on, and the answer is witchcraft.
Yeah. Yeah. That looked... It does suck what happened, but
Yeah.
it looks really good.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Gladys peels Terry's wet hair from the sodden stick and sets it aside. She reaches into her purse and pulls out Justine's blonde curl. She twists it around the ribbon-wrapped stick. She snaps it. Marcus sprints away. Gladys replaces her things, the stick, the scissors, the bell, back into her large floral purse. She settles it into the crook of her arm and sighs. Gladys struts out of the kitchen, past the dearly departed Terry and his dearly departed face.
And again, we talk about the police in this town being really horrible. She is just leaving a bowl of her blood behind.
Yeah.
Apparently,
She's okay.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't care.
They're not really big on the whole investigating thing. But Gladys casually walks out of the house and gets into her car. Marcus is panting as he races down another street, his arms sticking out stiffly, his teeth stained with his black bile, and his husband's blood running down his face. His eyes bulge unnaturally as he runs. They said that they wanted to do as much practical effects as possible and that they tried so many things to manipulate the eyes to make them look like this, but they just had to go digital with it.
Aw.
I still think it looks good.
It does.
Because it gives this like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, are his eyelids gone? Are they protruding out of it? Like, what the hell is going? Like, the eyes in this, once we reach this point where Marcus is at right now, are very unnerving and like unnatural looking.
And it is one of those striking images that you do take away from this film.
Yes.
And again, we saw children running like this before, and it was so like mysterious and so unnerving, but in a way of what was going on. This is unnerving in a completely different way.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and like you said, they were just running away and they disappeared. This fool was like...
He's on a mission.
He's on a mission. Yeah. And he is like, he's been such this like soft and calm and patient, like this gentle giant almost.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh no, this is a man that could cause a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And we didn't really look at him that way
No,
before.
it's John Carroll Lynch.
Yeah.
And something I really appreciated is the way that we come to understand what this magic is.
Mm-hmm.
We're just watching through her doing it and the implications of the hair being switched out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we start putting together these pieces because we have pieces.
Yeah.
We know what's going on at this gas station, but we do not know why.
Yes.
And now it's just filling in all these blanks.
Yeah.
But we follow him as he sprints down street after street through parks and shopping centers, garnering attention from confused and disgusted pedestrians. But finally, he comes running toward the gas station where Justine stands in confrontation with Archer. But she's not looking at Archer anymore. She's looking straight at Marcus, recognizing him at the last moment. This is frightening as well because Terry was standing right next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Justine, he had no idea where the fuck she was, and he still made a beeline to her.
Yeah.
Marcus tackles Justine and strangles her, and when Archer jumps on his back, he's held off just long enough for Justine to scramble under her car and hurry toward the store. When Marcus goes after her, Archer kicks him and orders him to stay down, but Marcus's eyes are strained and singularly focused. They stare past him to where Justine has entered the store. When Archer tries to stop him, Marcus easily takes him down to the ground. In the store, Justine is begging for help from the gas station clerk, played by Fidelis Singleton, who can do nothing but stand there, mouth agape in his bewilderment. Marcus rushes to the front door and Justine sprints down an aisle, shooting back glances as Marcus pushes into the store and runs straight for her, his arms straight out at his sides. Justine turns down the aisles and goes straight for the back door, but when she pushes her weight against it, she finds that it's secured by a padlock. She screams, rattling the door to no avail, and with nowhere else to go, she turns and faces the deranged and undeterred Marcus. But just before he can reach her, Archer returns out of nowhere and tackles him into a fridge door. The glass shatters and both men crumple to the floor. But Marcus immediately starts to get back up. Justine hurries to the front door, and as the clerk yells at her to get out of his store, she's like, "Fucking help me!"
What a wild thing to say.
Just busted out laughing.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
It's hilarious.
He's not going to help. Just
No.
get the fuck out. Just get
He's
out.
like, "You've caused enough damage."
We all have our priorities,
Yeah.
I guess. I did very quickly want to talk about how this sequence was shot.
Okay.
I thought it was very impressive. The director of photography was a guy called Larkin Sapel. And I read this in Filmmaker magazine. Sidebar, he worked on Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, okay.
And he shot a lot of videos for Childish Gambino, including the one I think you love a lot.
Ooh,
Is that Telegraph Ave?
it is.
Yeah. But this gas station sequence, he enlisted this guy, Connor O'Brien. Close, but not the same.
Nah.
But he's a professional inline skater.
Mm-hmm.
And he shot this sequence with a handheld camera just following behind Julia Garner.
Okay.
So through these narrow aisles, she's running as fast as she can away from Marcus, but he's just whipping through these aisles on skates following her.
That's
Okay,
wild.
yeah.
It's so impressive, and there's so many like moments where these shots go on for a long time, these unbroken takes, and I was just really, really impressed that this is how they decided to do this sequence.
That's very innovative.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, it's like, you know what? We can't get in there. You can.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah.
And it adds to like this frantic, like the movement. So like,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
But Justine makes it back to the parking lot and makes a beeline for her car. Marcus comes right behind her, legs pumping and arms still sticking out. Justine jumps in through the passenger door and slams it just in time. Marcus bangs against the window, punching until it crashes inward, spraying the interior of the car with glass. Justine screams and shrinks away from his grip as she starts the car. She finally pulls away, speeding out of the parking lot with Marcus still in hot pursuit. Archer comes out of the store cradling his bleeding hand. When he spots Justine racing away with Marcus still running behind her vehicle, he jumps into his own truck, muttering, "Fuck this." He follows, heading straight toward Marcus. But as the principal runs through an intersection, Marcus can just drop fucking dead. No, but he is struck by a vehicle.
That's yes.
Yeah. You think he's going to be okay?
I don't think so. Archer stops the truck and gets out, shock muffling the frantic yelping and screaming of the driver who hit Marcus, played by Sarah Copkin. We pan across the carnage, the lost tennis shoe, the bloody pool spotted with gore, settling into the blacktop of the street before we finally see the remains of Marcus's head. His bottom teeth are still bared in a scowl, but the top of his head is gone, his brains oozing out in a mush.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still think Justine's the problem?
Oh, look, there's worse than Justine.
I was talking to Archer.
I was like,
No.
You don't have to get defensive. Like,
I
no,
was ready.
see here.
Justine sucks.
She does, but come on, dude.
But yeah, no, this is undeniable. I think even kind of the independent investigation that he was doing,
Yeah.
it's got to make you realize. That's why it's odd that he did all that and was still like, you listen here, teacher bitch or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like,
Really?
she had nothing to do with it. You're putting pieces together on your own that have
Yeah.
nothing to do with her.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, this is really the final nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm. And so sad. Literally could not have happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah,
Really?
I know.
But later, Archer gets bandaged up at the hospital. As his arm is wrapped, we see him talking to an officer who jots down his statement. He strides back out toward the entrance, but finds Justine waiting for him quietly in the lobby. When she sees him, she stands. It's nighttime when the two exit the hospital together. When Archer asks if she's okay, Justine says that she is. She thinks so. She's just scraped up. When she asks if he's okay, he says the same. But Justine just wanted to thank him. When Archer tries to dismiss it, she insists, "Thank you." Archer accepts this, but asks what he was supposed to do. The guy was out of control. Justine can't help but chuckle before admitting that the last time she talked to him, he was really fine. She's never seen anything like that in her life. But this kind of made me like, and it is true that he was, but like, you had a relationship with this guy.
Yeah.
I know he was her boss, but he was very kind and caring toward her. And when she ran into trouble at that house, she didn't call Paul. She didn't call the police. She didn't call anybody but Marcus.
Yeah.
And so the fact that what happened to him just happened, and she's like, yeah, I don't know, dude, when I talked to him earlier, he was fine. Like, it's very like detached.
Well,
you knew this guy.
Yeah.
She was new, they said.
Come on.
I mean, I don't know.
But Archer has seen something like that before. When Justine doesn't understand, Archer explains that the way Marcus was running, he's seen that before. After a moment, he asks if he can show her something. We cut to Justine and Archer sitting in his truck. Archer holds the map up for her to see, and he shares that the other little girl ran the same way Matthew did, and it was just like Marcus was running after Justine today. It's like he was weaponized, just a heat-seeking missile locked on to her. He directs her attention to his house and Erica and Gary's house on the map, where their respective kids were running in a straight line. He deduces that if there was a target and they both had the same one, the lines intersect somewhere around here. Justine is like, oh my God. But Archer continues that there has to be something in this area. Justine points to one of the houses. It's Alex. This is Alex's house. The two share a long look. The screen goes black, and one word appears in white at its center. Alex.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Mhm. Alex sits in the back of his class amongst the rest of his 17 classmates before they ran off, disappearing into the night. Justine stands at the front of the room, asking the kids if anyone else can think of an example of a parasite. Lisa, played by Aria Posey, raises her hand and offers, a tapeworm? Justine commends her for this answer and adds that that's a gross one. Dreamy music plays as we zoom in closer to the back of Alex's head. In the hallway, he's walking and minding his own business when Matthew comes up behind him and kicks his lunchbox. Alex asks Matthew to stop and holds his lunch close to his chest, but Matthew continues to follow, mocking Alex. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! His friends snicker.
You knew.
Yeah. It's like, oh, so your kid was a piece of shit too. When the bell rings, Alex walks outside carrying a project. He finds his dad waiting for him outside of his SUV, and he waves him over, calling him by his nickname, Axeman. On the way home, he asks his son how school was. Alex says that it was good, and when his dad asks if he kissed any supermodels, Alex says that he didn't. But his dad reminds him that tonight's the night. Mom's Aunt Gladys is coming. Alex doesn't understand why they have to let her live in their house, but his dad says it's like they talked about. She's sick and she doesn't have anywhere else to go. Alex points out that he doesn't even know her, though. His dad agrees that he doesn't know her either. He doesn't even know if Alex's mom knows her that well, but she's family, and family is important. He says that they have to help each other out.
Too many questions surrounding this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Family is important, but there is a point where I understand his logic.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
if I can't financially help, or if I can't even, be stable to have you here, I just can't do it.
and if I don't even know you.
Yeah. No, yeah, that too, but
Yeah.
And something strange that I didn't pick up on until we started recording the episode.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had said something earlier about Gladys being Alex's mom's, older sister?
Yeah, she said his mom is my baby sister.
That's not true then.
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Why did she lie to Marcus anyway?
I don't know. I'm not certain that all of this is not a lie.
Okay.
Like, I read an interview where Zach Cregger was asked, is Aunt Gladys actually related to them? And he was like, it would be such a shame for me to answer that question. He's like, I'm not answering that. So I don't know.
Honestly,
because she can't even keep the story.
Yeah.
I think it makes it even scarier if she's just glommed onto.
Yeah.
Right.
And it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
When they return home, Alex's dad jokes that he found a kid. Alex's mom, in much better form than what we've seen of her so far, both of his parents are, sighs that her men have returned. She kisses her husband, and when Alex starts rushing up the stairs, she stops him and asks if he had a good day at school. Alex says that he did. His mom picks up the backpack that he flung to the floor and hands it back to him. She says that she really wanted to get the place cleaned up before Aunt Gladys gets here. She asks him to get his room cleaned up before he starts any homework. Alex is like, she's not coming in my room, is she? But his mom points out simply that she likes a clean house, and that includes his room. When Alex skulks away, she comments that she knows it's horrible cleaning up after yourself. I relate.
Yeah.
I relate pretty hard to this lady so far. But that night, Alex lays in the darkness of his room, reading with a flashlight as he lies in his starry bedding. Headlights shine against the ceiling of his bedroom, and he listens as car doors slam shut outside. When he gets up and peeks out of his window, he sees his father carrying a strange plant out of the back of the car. Aunt Gladys is hunched over, waiting for Alex's dad to get closer so she can use his arm to stabilize her as they walk to the front door. Alex rolls his eyes and listens with his head cocked as his mother greets Aunt Gladys and his father helps her inside.
I know that they are here to help her, to give her a place to stay. But at no point when she's like, hey, can you get that scary plant out of the car too, please? He's like, yeah, sure. It looks wild.
It does. It does.
It looks very interesting. They said that they had sketched it out digitally at first. The spines and the leaves and everything of this plant.
Yeah.
Then they 3D printed it and painters meticulously painted it.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
It really works.
Yeah.
In the morning, Alex walks down the hall into his parents' bedroom. They don't notice him as they get ready for their day. His father asserts that Gladys looks really bad and he doesn't know if this is the right place for her. His mother snaps at her husband that it's either here or out on the street. But his father insists that they're not hospice. They're not equipped for this kind of thing. He reminds her that they haven't seen this woman in 15 years. She didn't even show up for their wedding. But Alex's mom says sincerely that her mom would do this for Gladys, so she's going to do it for her, and she could really use his support.
15 years.
Yeah. So then we have seen her before.
Apparently.
Right, I still
Maybe?
wonder.
I guess.
It's that because it's like the influence that Gladys has and her capabilities. Who knows what's happened and what hasn't? And you can just remember your wedding day and be like, this bitch wasn't there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, who knows? That's still not even convincing me. Like, I really don't know. But she walks out of the bathroom and catches sight of Alex dropping her sentence off. She asks what's up, and when Alex says that he's hungry, she tells him to go downstairs, eat, and then brush his teeth. It's almost 7:30. She tells him to be quiet, though, because Aunt Gladys is sleeping. Alex brushes his teeth in the bathroom, but lingers for a moment outside of the closed door next to the sink. He turns the handle slowly and cracks the door open. Peeking inside, he sees Aunt Gladys's red wig set on a stand on the dresser. He pushes the door wider, spotting Aunt Gladys's odd little plant sitting in the new day's sun by the window. He pushes a little wider and sees that Aunt Gladys is lying under the blankets in bed. Wider still until he gets to her face, where she stares at him coldly, her cheeks gaunt and her head bald. Alex gasps and closes the door.
Why'd you go in there, man?
He shouldn't have gone in there.
Well, I'd be curious.
I know.
Be curious,
but-
but I'm not fucking looking in there.
She's supposed to be sleeping. That's not Alex's
Really, this
fault.
is her fault.
I did want to talk about an interview that I listened to with the production designer.
Okay.
It was on the No Notes podcast. It's a guy called Tom Hammock, and we've talked about him because of his work on X and Pearl.
Oh, all right.
You don't forget a name like Hammock.
No.
Yeah.
It's a very comfortable name.
Yeah.
But he was also speaking on that Texture of Terror featurette.
Mm-hmm.
And he had said that the name of the game when it came to the production design of this film was to make things very normal and very average. He said that he felt that it was easier to make things scarier if they were cultivating an atmosphere of a world that is recognizable to the audience.
Okay.
And so he had cited, I think it was Little Children, Mayor of Easttown, and Blue Velvet, which David Lynch.
Yeah, yeah.
But he had said that these all kind of highlight the reality of suburbia in kind of a realistic way, but for Blue Velvet, an eerie way. And so he used these as kind of jumping off points.
Okay.
But he had said that small details enrich these environments to highlight the normalcy of them until Aunt Gladys arrives. He said that she is this chaotic element. And so we see this house now at the beginning of Alex's chapter where everything is normal. We see outside, we see inside, upstairs, downstairs. And then we have also seen this house 30 days out.
Yeah.
Where it is dark and foreboding, and there are newspapers piled up outside, trash everywhere, stacks of soup cans in the sink.
Yeah.
And so it is these little differences where when something is so normal, your eye starts to gravitate towards these things that start to change a little bit. And he had also mentioned that because this house is a set inside.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
wow.
Yeah, entirely a set inside. And so whenever they were designing the hallways, once things start to get a little bit more peculiar inside, you start to notice that maybe the hallways are stretching a little longer than they used to.
It feels
Or-
that way.
right?
Yes.
And it's such a cool thing because it's really subtle,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just highlighting how much is changing and how everything is just getting a little weird.
Yeah.
But I thought that was impressive.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
really cool. On the way to school, Alex asks his dad how long Gladys is going to stay with them. His dad admits that it's hard to say because she doesn't seem to be getting much better. Alex understands this to mean that she's going to stay with them forever, but his father corrects him. He doesn't think she'll be there longer than a month.
Was that fucked up to anyone else?
I was like, oh my
damn.
God.
It's like, she doesn't have forever.
Yeah.
Trust me. He glances over at his son and sees that this has brought him no comfort. He parks in front of the school, and as Alex gets out, his dad promises to pick him up at 2. Alex tells his dad that he loves him, and his dad says it back. In class, Alex is doing a worksheet on telling time when Justine calls for pencils down. Matthew turns and throws his pencil right at Alex. When it bounces off of Alex's head, Justine scolds Matthew and tells him to get outside now. She asks if Alex is okay, and he says that he's fine. When Matthew doesn't move, Justine tells him again, sternly, to get his bag and come on. Matthew pushes his desk, grabbing up his backpack as it scrapes against the floor. He's like, it was a joke. Oh my God.
How is that a joke? He just threw a pencil at me.
That's it.
I don't know. He's not a comedian. He's got he needs new material.
He's got a lot more work to do. When the bell rings, Alex walks outside slowly among the other kids moving around him, chattering and saying goodbye as they rush to the buses or to the parking lot. Alex looks at where his father was waiting to pick him up before, but he's not there. When a teacher, played by Carl Kennedy, comes out of the school and spots him, he asks if Alex missed his ride. Alex says that he's okay, and when the teacher asks if he's sure, Alex turns and starts the long walk home. We follow him through the streets and finally to his neighborhood.
That teacher knows boundaries at least.
He's like, all right.
Yeah.
I cannot drive you home.
You good? Bad.
Alex opens the front door and walks in, but his mother isn't there to greet him. He sets down his backpack and finds his parents sitting across from each other quietly at the dining room table. He goes over, asking where they were. His father turns to him, dazed, his voice low. Hey, Axeman, how was school? Alex asks what's wrong with them, but someone calls his name from the kitchen. It's Aunt Gladys, dressed in a bright yellow sweater. Her red wig is firmly on her head, but her face is free of makeup. She welcomes him home and asks how he is. She kneels down to take a look at him, gushing sweetly that she hasn't seen him since he was a tiny little baby. Alex just wants to know what's wrong with his parents, but Gladys assures him that they're just fine. Alex calls to his mom, but she looks up at him as if she didn't realize until now that he was even here. She asks him, her eyes red and a sheen on her skin. Hey, how was school? Gladys takes this as proof that she's just fine, just like she told him. Like, dude, this proves nothing.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying what they said yesterday. It's fine, it seems.
They're just tired.
Yeah.
She reaches up to touch his cheek, telling him not to worry, but Alex gasps and backs away from her with a hiss of air. She warns him not to be rude. She tells him to sit down because she's making dinner. She should have asked him, but he wasn't here, so she figured mac and cheese. Alex grabs a glass of water off the table and throws the contents in his dad's face. His father does not react at all, even when Alex yells, "Dad!" Gladys stands back up and decides that that's it. She coldly demands him to go upstairs, wash his face and brush his teeth because he's going to bed without dinner. When Alex hesitates, she says she's not kidding and she tells him again to go. Alex runs up the stairs.
How did I get punished for this?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
You're asking too many questions.
Yeah. Well, he did throw the water in his dad's face.
Yeah.
Well, come on.
Well, we know it wasn't Gladys's. She drinks from a bowl.
That's
Yeah.
yeah, so why are you so mad? That night, he cries, afraid in his bed, as we match cut to the morning where Alex is in the same position with his eyes open. When he comes downstairs, his parents are still sitting in the exact same position at the dining room table. But now, sitting between them at the head of the table is Aunt Gladys, her bald head hidden behind a bright blue turban. Blue and gold earrings dangle from her ears, matching the brooch attached to her house dress. She fixes Alex with an icy gaze and tells him to come and sit down at the other end of the table. The head of the makeup department, Leo Satkovich, was talking about the different looks that they had for Gladys, and that this was her like home look of the turban and the house dress and the bare face. And they talked about the prosthetics that they added to make her nose like a little more beak-like, to make her earlobes kind of hang under the weight of her earrings, because she's still fucking accessorizing. Like,
yeah.
the earrings and the brooch match. Like, but she, they had contacts for her to make her irises kind of look like pinpoints, like pinpricks.
Okay.
Because her eyes are very striking. Like, they look off. Like they don't look right. But they also dropped her gum line. And that's why we have these teeny tiny teeth.
Okay.
And these long gums. And she is just a sight to behold.
Yeah.
But as Alex approaches, his focus shifts to his father, who still sits and stares, his eyes completely red and bloodshot. But Gladys calls out to him again sternly to sit. Alex climbs into the chair, and Gladys tells him not to worry about his parents. They're just resting. She gets down to business. Before he goes to school today, she wants him to promise her that he will not tell another living soul that she's here or that his parents are resting like they are. Her voice darkens when she asks, "Do you hear me, Alex?" When he doesn't answer, she pulls out a stick with blonde and brunette hair entwined around it and invites him to watch. She pricks her finger on it and draws blood, and she twists the stick, dragging her finger across the hairs and darkening the blonde to red. She holds it up and asks Alex, "Are you watching?" Gladys snaps the stick, and the score grows frenzied when Alex's mom immediately picks up the fork from the table in front of her. She turns the pointed end toward her face and begins to stab and stab and stab. His father does the same, puncturing his cheeks with the tines of the fork, neither of them making any reaction as they mutilate their faces again and again and again.
The score was fantastic.
Yes.
But this sound design of these punctures
Oh, yeah.
and just watching it happen, and you're just like, this poor little kid.
Yes.
Yeah. I do want to ask, though. So what was the command for this? Because, like, we could have done anything. How do I know to pick up the fork and start stabbing my face?
She told them before Alex got down here.
And when I snap this stick,
like this is it like telepathic? Is it
I don't
like
know.
what? How is she doing that?
well, I wonder because they used Justine's hair and Marcus's husband's hair to say attack this person.
Yeah.
Maybe their hair intertwined is to say attack yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know enough
Yeah.
about this brand of magic.
Whatever the hell Gladys is doing.
Yeah.
Or this tree.
No.
Yeah.
Because
that
what?
too.
Yeah.
Because what the hell is this?
I think also mentioning the tree, the implications of how many branches there are.
Yeah.
It's like, how long have you been doing this and how long can you do this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alex's stare alternates between the two of them as he shrinks in his chair and begs them to stop. He tries to grab the fork from his dad's hand, but his father just continues to stab at his own cheeks emotionlessly. Gladys stays seated at the head of the table, and she calls Alex's name before snapping the stick and dropping it into the bowl of water in front of her. Immediately, Alex's parents put their forks back down and continue staring forward, punctures marring their cheeks and chins. Gladys tells Alex to sit down, and he does. And after a deep breath, she tells him that now he must understand what could happen if he breaks his promise not to tell anyone about what's going on with her or his parents. She can make his parents hurt themselves, hurt each other. She could make them eat each other if she wanted to.
You
were right.
I fucking told you.
But she wonders, do I want to, Alex? She asks if he believes her, and Alex sits, trembling and breathing heavily in his chair. She commands him to promise that he will not talk about her to another human being. He does. Gladys assures him that if he breaks his promise, she will know. Abruptly, she tells him to take the bus to school as she plunges her wounded thumb into the bowl of water, cleaning it of its blood. I just have a couple things to say here that I've read in interviews with Zach Cregger. Firstly, I was interested to learn that he had written a chapter for Gladys in this film.
Okay.
And he said that on the third draft of it, he realized that knowing her origin story off the bat in this film was dulling the knife, as he put it. So he cut it out. He said that there were a lot of questions at the time of writing that he didn't want to answer about her because he realized that he didn't really know himself and he was just taking a stab at it. So he, I guess, wanted to wait and like flesh it out. And, you know, apparently, like we were talking about at the top, there are talks about a Gladys film.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to get that.
Yeah.
But sadly, he also said that Alex's chapter in the film is autobiographical to himself.
Oh.
He said that he is an alcoholic with 10 years sober at the time of the interview, but that his father was too, and he passed away of cirrhosis. But he said that to him, Gladys is a manifestation of that alcoholism that he grew up with from his father, that this foreign entity enters your home, stealing and changing your parents and the dynamics of your family. You don't understand it as a kid, but you have to deal with it even though you don't have the tools to.
Okay.
So it's, she just takes a physical form of this disease that ravaged his family.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really sad when you think about it like that.
Yeah.
But he also said that the alcohol metaphor is really for him and that it's not important to him. He does not care if it comes through in the film at all to the audience. He just wants the audience to watch the movie and have fun, and that the film should be entertaining on its own face without explaining what things mean. And he said that if you can't enjoy his movie without him telling you what it meant to him when he was writing it, then he failed as a filmmaker.
Okay.
So that it really was just for him. Like a lot of the stuff for Trevor Moore was just an homage to him. But if you don't know any of that, he still wants you to just watch Weapons and have fun. And I think he accomplished that.
Oh, yeah.
But listening to that in that context, I'm like, you can really see that, how you were talking to you about how this home was home.
Mm-hmm.
And then now this thing has entered their lives and it is no longer home. It's chaos. Like the home doesn't feel the same, look the same. His parents don't look the same. They're detached. The relationship that he had with them that was very warm and close is gone. Like it is. I was like, wow, I think that he really did like an excellent job of drawing that parallel, because I never even would have thought of that.
Mm-hmm. No.
That kind of brings to mind something that Jules had mentioned when we were walking home from the theater, where every character in the film kind of has their own vice and coping mechanism. And you do see it throughout the film, through each of the chapters. Everybody does have one.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's got to be something there as well that's kind of interconnected with this idea of what Gladys represents.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's really interesting. But again, like we were talking about at the beginning, that is under the surface. Like you cannot explore that at all.
Yeah.
And Weapons is still a blast.
Yeah.
And then if you choose to dive into that, it's like, wow, we could have a pretty deep conversation about that. But also the movie was really good. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's just a sign of good filmmaking.
Yeah.
But as his classmates laugh and clamor around him, Alex sits quietly in his bus seat. When the bell rings in class and everyone jumps up to gather their things, he sits in his seat, dazed. When no one picks him up from school, he walks home again, letting himself in through the front door of his home to find his parents still sitting across from each other at the dining room table, the sunlight seeping in through the windows, muted by the pasted newspapers. Alex heads upstairs and opens a door to find a room congested with clustered furniture and belongings, all thrown on top of each other. And this is the room that James very loudly entered through when he broke in. But he turns and walks to the end of the hall where Aunt Gladys's door stands ajar. He pushes it open to find her sitting on the floor with her back to him. The furniture in the room is gone, and small lit candles are placed meticulously in 5 corners around her. She has her fingertips pressed gently to the floor at her sides, and she faces that strange little plant. Without turning to look at him, she instructs, "No talking today, Alex." When he doesn't reply, she commends, "Good boy." She turns her head slightly and informs him that he's going to need to feed his parents. There's soup in the cabinet, and tomorrow he'll get some more. In the kitchen, Alex fumbles with the can opener, spilling some of the soup onto the floor as he struggles to get it open. Once he's freed its contents, he feeds his parents at the kitchen table, reversing the role of parent and child. He spoons the soup from the table to their mouths, dribbling their dinner on the table and their clothes as he does.
I love you, Alex. Come on, man.
I know. This was really just, this was a couple notches shy of Andy making breakfast for his mom for me.
Oh.
But he's just a little boy. He doesn't know, but it's like, pick up the ball, put it closer to their face. Like, it was hard to watch. The next day, Alex sits quietly on the bus as his classmates talk and laugh loudly. We match cut to him sitting the same way in his classroom, his pencil poised over a table with its rubber yellow eraser. We match cut to him facing the same way in the soup aisle of the grocery store. He takes a can from the shelf and drops it into the basket. He carries the bags of canned soup home. He opens them. He spoons the contents into his parents' mouths. That night, while in bed, he's woken by the sound of Aunt Gladys calling his name. Dutifully, he walks to the end of the hall where her door stands open. The candles are set and lit the same way, but instead of sitting in front of the plant at the center of them, Aunt Gladys is lying on the floor in her nightgown, getting sick into a bucket. Long tendrils of braided hair hang from her head, which is interesting because she was bald.
Yeah. So it's kind of.
Yeah.
When she calls Alex over, he sits in front of her, and Gladys admits that she is very sick. Alex offers her some water in a small voice, but Gladys shares that water won't help her. She's too sick for water, and she has been for a very long time. Alex asks what would make her better, and she admits that she was hoping his mom and dad would make her feel better, but it doesn't seem to be turning out so good. Alex asks if she would like to go to the hospital, but Gladys shakes her head. The hospital won't fix her, but maybe Alex could help. When he asks how, Gladys gives him his orders. When he's at school, he is to bring an object from each of his classmates home to her. That might work. Alex wonders how that will make her feel better, but Aunt Gladys just says cryptically that it might just be what she needs. Alex asks, "And when you get better, you'll go back home?" Realization hits Gladys, and she agrees. When I got better, I'd go back home. She can't help but giggle.
I don't trust you, firstly.
No. I'm going to do it, but I know you're lying.
Right, yeah. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, no.
Can we just acknowledge
Yeah.
that I know you're lying?
Yes.
I can't watch my parents do that again.
Yeah,
No.
no shit.
There was something that they had mentioned where this is the part of the score where that harp returns.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had said that this is kind of highlighting these fairy tale elements that they're utilizing of this little boy and this witch.
Right.
Okay.
I think now is a good point to share that Cregger said that he presented Amy Madigan with two options. One, Gladys is a regular person that is very ill and is using supernatural means to heal herself from that sickness. Or two, Gladys is not a person at all. She's a creature trying to imitate what it thinks a human looks and behaves like, and it's doing it badly. And he doesn't know what she picked.
On the basis of certain outfits,
Yeah.
I think I'm going with number 2.
We're leading toward
But I do like in moments like this, it is hard to tell.
Yeah.
It is, but I'm going to be honest. For me, Gladys is just a person. And I would have liked maybe a little reptilian something. I don't know.
I mean, who knows what we're going to get. When
Yeah,
That's
that
true.
is true, though. No, that is true.
Alex sits quietly on the bus, but he's no longer staring silently in class. His eyes are narrowed, surveying the desks of his classmates. A colorful cush ball, a blue and yellow fish keychain dangling from a backpack, a pink frog eraser topping the end of a pencil. But his eyes linger on the self-decorated name tags adorning the cubbies lining the wall. While everyone else runs and plays basketball in gym, Alex stands watching before slipping out. He walks the empty hall and lets himself into Justine's classroom. There, unsupervised, he rips each of the name tags off of the cubbies, gathering them and quickly shoving them into his backpack. I will say this was pretty fucking smart.
Yeah.
Obviously they're going to be missed. Like people are going to notice that they're gone, but this was pretty clever.
Yeah.
Because honestly, whenever it started and he arrives at the school, I was like, and how the hell is he going to steal
From
this
each kid,
eraser,
yeah.
this, so damn.
I wondered that too because he's looking around.
Yeah.
And you are like, okay, how are you going to
There's
pull that
no way.
off? Yeah.
But he hides his bag behind his back when Justine walks in and calls out to him curiously, inquiring as to what he's doing in here. Alex lies that he just didn't feel like playing and he forgot something. He tries to push past her, taking his backpack with him, but Justine stops him. She kneels down and asks if he's okay. He's been awful quiet lately, even quieter than usual. When she asks how he's doing, Alex insists that he's okay. He just forgot something. Justine tells him that that's fine, but if he ever needs to talk to someone, he can talk to her. She asks if he knows that. He can talk to her about anything he wants. Alex just says that he wants to go back now, and Justine's like, okay, go play. Alex leaves with his backpack, and on the bus ride home, he carries it in his lap.
It's such a shame because this is, in any other circumstance, the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
There's a very scary lady living in my home who has co-opted my parents and made them do horrible things to each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
And themselves.
Yeah. But
you can't. Literally nothing. You do have an adult that cares,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but nothing.
When he returns home, he upturns his backpack outside of Aunt Gladys's door and lets all the name tags slide out and gather in a heap before walking away. So in the original script, he said that he called a teacher friend and was like, how could a kid get something from every single student? Like, in what context would that even happen? And his friend was like, well, Valentine's Day cards. And so in the original script, Alex unwittingly, they never had this conversation of her being like, bring to me whatever. He just brings home Valentine's Day cards because they had the party at school. And while he's asleep, Gladys goes and steals all of them. And Cregger was talking about the film with a friend of his, Bill Hader.
Hey.
And Bill Hader was like, I think you should make Alex participate somehow in getting the things from the kids. He said that it was a way to show how desperate Alex is to get Gladys to leave and to get his parents back and provide a culpability for him, which would, kind of lend a reasoning as to why he's not talking to anyone or Justine or the police or anyone because he feels like he's involved now.
Yeah.
Cregger said that Alex is an innocent who thinks that he's not one. And Cregger is compelled to these kinds of characters because of his own inclination to believe the worst about himself. And I think a lot of people do.
Yeah.
I thought that was because you wouldn't even think twice. It's Valentine's Day. You remember when you were a kid, you did that. The kids did that in elementary school, whatever. But it adds this layer of like, he really just fucking wants her to leave. Like he'll do anything. And these kids are fucking mean to him anyway. Well, at least Matt is.
Yeah.
And it does make her even more diabolical. Because I think just stealing it, it's like there is something there.
Right.
But involving this
She
child.
made him, she
yeah.
made him a party to it. Yeah. That night, as the clock ticks to 2:15 a.m., Alex wakes to the sound of movement in the kitchen. He goes downstairs and passes his parents, still sitting silently across from each other at the dining room table. He finds Aunt Gladys in the kitchen, wearing a pink house dress, her blue turban, and dangling earrings. She stands at the counter with a bowl of liquid in the center of the 5 lit candles. She rips corners from the name tags and tears them smaller, shredding them into the bowl in front of her. Alex asks what she's doing, but despite her head snapping up to face him, she doesn't answer. She continues her ritual, moving her hands until she goes still, leans forward, and spits into the bowl. With the glow of the candle lighting Alex's face, he watches, afraid, as Aunt Gladys raises her bell and shakes her wrist, making it chime just once. We focus on the clock on the wall behind her. It's 2:17. As the score hums, Gladys and Alex stand at the open front door. Kids in their pajamas sprint across the lawns and streets, their arms thrown dutifully wide. We watch their tiny figures grow bigger as they run down the street right toward Alex's house. Aunt Gladys stands under the porch light, her hands pressed together. Alex looks up at her fearfully as his classmates sprint between them right into his house. The music grows ominous, and Gladys turns to meet Alex's gaze.
I wonder if he ever thought, oh, you brought them over here to beat my ass.
Hope not.
So you tricked me.
So this is bad enough, man.
What the fuck is that?
It's just icing on the cake.
Seeing this sequence from another perspective is very interesting.
Yeah.
But I did neglect to mention earlier, whenever we saw it for the first time, they had talked about filming this in the streets legitimately, because you have such a wide open space of having to capture all of these children rushing towards what was once an unknown place from all these different angles, from these different heights and perspectives. And so they said a lot of the shots where you can see these kids on the street level, they were able to light properly. But whenever it came to shooting these wides that are like 3 blocks large, they just had basically to just hope and pray that it looked good, because you can't light something like that.
Right.
But something very interesting that the cinematographer had said, he said they had to film the full day as they did. And then it was only in the evening whenever they were able to shoot these portions for this sequence. And he said, obviously, you can't have these kids on set for forever, which is a good thing. But he said that they had them from 9 p.m. to midnight. And then, as they say, they were pumpkins after that.
Yeah.
And so it took them a full week to shoot this sequence because you only have 3 hours time.
Yeah.
But it's just really, really, really incredible work.
Because it looks great. The next day, Alex is sitting in the back row of Justine Gandy's classroom. He's the only student remaining. Justine enters with a smile, but it drops from her face when she sees the empty desks. We cut to Alex, sitting outside of the office at the police station as detectives stroll by. Aunt Gladys blends makeup over Alex's dad's punctured face at the dining room table before we join them in the detective's office. Alex sits on the couch between Gladys and his catatonic father. And we did look back, and that is them at the beginning.
Yeah. You just don't know.
Yeah. But come on, there's only so much makeup can cover to not notice that.
No, they're still there.
Nobody notices that his dad looks weird.
He still looks like
he's
Pinhead.
a zombie. Yeah, he's just.
Gladys explains, her eyes hidden behind her pink oversized shades, her head hidden under her red wig, and her body clothed in a bright blue and peach ensemble, that Alex's father suffered a stroke, so he can't speak, and for the time being, she's taking care of the family. The detective is just glad they're both here. He turns his attention to Alex, who, when asked, says that he's doing fine. With a gentle lilt to his voice, the detective says that they're going to ask him some questions about what happened at school. In her bedroom, Gladys sits cross-legged on the floor across from Alex in a bright yellow and green house dress and a pink turban, snapping the firm leaves off a branch from her strange tree. She tells Alex that people will come here tomorrow and they're going to search the house. As she pricks her finger with the stick, she declares that they have to be ready. Alex gets down to business, sweeping the collected soup cans into a garbage bag, ripping the newspapers from the windows and letting in the sunlight. He vacuums, and we see that his parents are now set up next to each other on the couch with their backs to the front door. In the basement, Alex watches as Aunt Gladys snips a piece of the kids' hair one by one. Afterwards, they supervise the children running out of the house and hopping over the backyard squat fence.
Where do I hide 17 children at?
I do not know.
And you couldn't make my parents fucking help me clean?
It's true.
What the fuck?
You have control.
Yeah. Well,
no, I can only make them stab themselves.
Yeah. Well,
or even the kids.
Yeah.
That's so true. The next day, when the doorbell rings, Aunt Gladys answers it with renewed vigor. In her pale blue and yellow ensemble and garish makeup, she excitedly invites the detectives to come in. A detective, played by Robert Hendren, greets her with a handshake. He introduces his partner and explains that they just want to take a look at the environment that Alex has been living in, just to get an idea of the family dynamic. We follow the second detective into the living room as the score mounts, but when we peer past him, we see that Alex's parents are gone. But ultra agreeable Aunt Gladys is like, "You got it, boss." The detective spots Alex on the stairs and asks how he's doing today. When Alex doesn't answer, the detective notices that he's a little quiet today. Gladys chuckles that yes, he is, but as soon as the detective walks into the kitchen, she shoots Alex a menacing look.
It's like nobody else saw that.
I know. What the fuck?
It's like, why'd you glare at that boy on the landing?
What? We watch Alex go about his day, sitting in his new desk in Mrs. Belt's classroom, riding the bus and looking sadly out the window. Popping open cans of soup and feeding his parents who sit on the couch, unkempt and disheveled. He feeds the children in the basement similarly, taking the time to spoon the fallen soup off of Matthew's chin when it dribbles there.
And this is where we talked about kind of the suspension of disbelief. That not one cashier is ringing these up and is like, why is he buying 20 cans of soup
Every
per
day.
day?
Yeah, no shit.
And then he's got to carry them home?
Yeah.
God damn, Gladys.
That sucks.
She's really putting this kid through it. In that featurette, the little boy that plays Alex was saying that the way that he thinks that Alex is a good person is because he was cleaning up Matthew's chin when he was feeding him, even though that was his bully.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he did.
He did.
He sits in class, cutting with safety scissors the next day. But when he returns home, he pauses when he sees a police cruiser parked in front of his house. When he walks inside, he sees Paul standing in the living room, stricken and staring, his eyes an irritated red. Alex stares up at him and asks, "Hello?" But Paul does not answer. Alex turns and is startled to see James standing the same way, catatonic, his hair hanging lankly and framing his face. Afraid, Alex sprints up the stairs, but he finds Aunt Gladys there. She stands at the top and calmly informs Alex that he needs to pack his things because they're leaving tomorrow.
I have to go with you?
Yeah, what the
It's
fuck?
that. I guess so he doesn't tell anyone. I mean,
But you said you were leaving.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the deal.
okay. She's a liar.
Oh, but this is beyond,
Yeah.
dude. Breeze into town and then get out.
But I mean, Alex seems he's a pretty good gopher.
Still,
I mean,
but you can
that's
make
not
anyone your
fair.
gopher.
Yeah.
You got all the gopher magic in the world.
No, that's not fair.
But with that, Gladys turns and walks back to her bedroom. Alex's parents stand in front of her door, still in their stupor, and she warns Alex not to step over the salt. As she does so, lifting her feet over the line of salt sealing the hallway leading to her door. She enters her room and closes the door behind her. Alex looks from his parents to the salt on the floor and back up to his parents. We find him later in his bed. He gets up and opens the curtains of his window to find a truck parked on the street facing his house. Inside are Archer and Justine, who notice Paul's cruiser parked in front of the house. So we're merging now.
Yeah.
Like now it's coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Archer asks what she thinks it means, and Justine admits that she doesn't know. Archer asks if they knock. Do they come back? When Justine offers that they could knock, Archer doesn't know what they would say. How do they explain? But when the front door swings open, they straighten in their seats and peer through the windshield. Paul steps out dazedly and stands against the darkness inside. When Archer wonders, is that the cop? Justine exclaims that that's Paul. She knows him. Paul raises a hand, robotically waves them over, and turns, disappearing back into the house. Justine and Archer exchange a confused glance.
This looks so terrifying.
Yeah.
So suspicious. And as long as Archer and Justine don't follow through, I think.
Yeah, as long as they don't. But as Alex watches from his window, the doors to the truck open. He pulls his shoes on over his socked feet and opens his door. His parents still stand guard behind the line of salt at the end of the hall. Archer and Justine walk through the front door, but when Archer calls hello, he doesn't get an answer. He walks toward the kitchen, but Justine spots Paul standing in the shadowy living room. When she says his name, he mechanically waves her over again. Justine starts toward him, questioning what he's doing back there. But Archer returns to her, cautioning her to wait, just as her shoe breaks the barrier of a line of salt drawn on the floor. As soon as her foot makes contact, James comes into view, screaming from the darkness. Paul's vacant visage breaks too, and he rushes Justine. All she has time to do is scream. Alex hears all this from upstairs as he approaches his parents, fighting, Archer grunting, Justine screaming. He keeps his eyes on his mom and dad as he approaches the line of salt. But downstairs, Archer is on top of a snarling James, punching him repeatedly in the face. He goes still for a moment before opening his eyes back up and screaming again. Justine, meanwhile, is fighting for her life against a rabid Paul. She scrambles away from him, crawling under the dining room table and fleeing into the kitchen. She snatches a cast iron skillet from the stove, flinging it. It hits Paul in the face, which was pretty fucking...
Yeah. Damn, what kind of magic is that?
But he's undeterred. They stand on opposite sides of the island, and Justine warns him to stay fucking back. Upstairs, Alex hovers his foot over the line of sand. The second he sets his toe on the other side, his parents suddenly animate. They run toward him, screaming, their arms outstretched to grab him. Alex is able to sprint back to the bedroom and slam the door. In the kitchen, finished with this cat and mouse game, Paul launches himself over the island and grabs Justine, slamming her against the cabinets. She lowers her head just as he brings his fist down to punch her, and instead he breaks a hole in the wood cabinets. Desperate, Justine spots a potato peeler on the cutting board next to a half-peeled potato. She grabs its neon handle and raises it to Paul's face as he wraps his hand around her throat and squeezes. He grunts, his eyes wide and bulging, as Justine drags the peeler down his cheek, removing the skin.
Ugh.
Ow.
I don't know who's been peeling potatoes these past 30 days.
I was wondering.
It's a great moment. It's very gross.
Alex is like, I'm fucking sick of the soup. But Paul's eyes look just like Marcus's.
Yeah.
And it's that same thing of like there's not even eyelids anymore. Like it's just all bulging eye. Like it's very unnerving. But Paul does not react to this. So Justine brings it up again. She takes off another patch of his skin, but Paul smacks the peeler away. He lifts her higher onto the cabinets as he strangles her, his red eyes deranged. Archer is still fighting with James in the living room, injuring his hand from the repeated punches. James consistently fakes him out, going quiet before returning to life with a roar. Archer has to punch and kick him down repeatedly before he stays quiet in a heap in the corner. Archer turns, panting to catch his breath, when James suddenly animates again, running toward him. Archer snatches him up and throws him over the couch. James jumps up again, screaming. Archer throws him again, and after a prolonged moment of silence, James once again comes screaming.
Even possessed, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes. But this time, he tackles Archer through the basement door. As he strangles him, he turns Archer's head to the side, where Archer sees, in the darkness below, the pajamaed bodies of standing children. Upstairs, Alex's parents are punching through his door in a very Jack Torrance-esque way. Take a shot.
Mm-hmm.
His mother sticks her head through the hole and screams. When they finally break through the door, Alex retreats into the bathroom and out the other side. They're in hot pursuit when he sprints into Aunt Gladys's room and slams the door.
Alex is a little too curious. Like he didn't. I get the like. What does the salt do?
That
You know what I mean? It's I see my parents there. Can you can't? Can you pass the salt?
I don't.
Well,
I don't.
You're
And she
already not
did.
talking, so I don't know.
Oh, the parents.
yeah, the parents. So it's like, do I step over there and see what's gonna happen?
Dude,
Or-
I'm sorry. With what you've shown me you can do,
yeah,
when you tell me not to do something,
yeah, man.
you got it, boss.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
I
It's going
feel-
to be ready or not in here. That's what I was afraid of. He steps over and just...
She also said, though, we're leaving tomorrow. And she's already lied to him before, so maybe he's like, fuck, this is my last chance. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. He is also 9, you know?
Yeah.
Like 8,
But
9.
man, my
I remember
parents-
being 9.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do anything like that.
dude, your parents look like monsters in front of the fucking door.
Mm-hmm.
Your aunt's weird. Shit's going on.
Aunt.
Aunt, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
aunt, air quotes.
Uh-huh.
There's my classroom in my basement.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just not leave?
Yeah. Just run away.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my parents are here, but dude,
Yeah,
what
but
the
you
fuck's
also-
gonna happen?
You also saw the police officer, and that for a child, it seems like
Oh,
would be.
Yeah,
true.
no, yeah.
So
that
it's
is
like, God
true.
damn, we got nothing.
Yeah,
We can't
that's
do anything.
That's true. That's
Are there
true.
any firefighters that maybe we could call? And my teacher's getting her ass kicked downstairs.
Yeah, no.
It's terrible.
In the kitchen, Justine's face is red as Paul squeezes, cutting off her oxygen. His eyes are wild and crazed as he pants raggedly. Justine is able, though, to grab his gun. How she's able to do this, I'm not sure. She does it. She raises it weakly and presses it to his throat. She fires. Blood pours out, but Paul continues to pant, to squeeze, to choke. Justine manages to raise the gun and press it against the side of his head. When she shoots this time, Paul goes down in a heap. Tears running down her face, Justine catches her breath.
The history they have together, it's not a great one, but it is, sad for Justine to have had to kill Paul specifically.
Yeah.
But goddamn, this shot of his bulging eyes and the blood just pouring from his throat like a fountain.
Yes.
That is wild.
I am glad that it did stop him because I felt like if he would have kept going after she shot her, like, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
This is something completely different.
So they're unstoppable.
Yeah.
We can't break the spell.
No.
Alex's eyes scan Aunt Gladys's room as he presses his body against the door when his parents slam their fists. At this point, I'm like, where the fuck is she?
Mm-hmm.
We're fucking WWE throwing shit around downstairs.
Yeah.
She's not there. She's not in her room. She wasn't in Alex's room. She wasn't in the bathroom. But Archer is still staring at the kids as James snarls and attacks him. But with the crack of a gunshot, James falls, dead. Behind him, Justine stands with the gun.
She's got a taste for meat now.
Yeah. See, I heard we're supposed to be eating people.
Archer throws James's body off of him and hurries down into the basement. Alex's parents cry out like creatures as they bang against the door, but Alex is distracted, peering into the darkness of the adjoining bathroom. Archer is searching the faces of the kids in the basement, looking for his son, but Justine returns to the kitchen, standing over Paul, who lies face down in a pool of blood, the exit wound from the bullet puckered on the side of his head. As his parents start to break through the door, Alex thinks quickly and grabs a prepared spell stick from the plant on the floor. He snatches Aunt Gladys's wig off the stand on the dresser, and just as his parents burst into the room, he runs to the bathroom and locks the door.
Once again, Alex, the genius.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also really bad form for you to be showing him all the steps to your magic.
Oh, no,
Oh, yeah.
she's doing it right in front
of him. Yeah. And did they not hear this growling and all this shit going on upstairs?
They're busy. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, no, I think they're okay.
Justine really doesn't have any.
No.
Archer is using the light on his phone to search for his son. He looks upon the faces of the children one by one in disappointment. His light finally falls upon Gladys, crouched in the darkness, her hair long, wispy, and unbound now, her tiny teeth bared. She pounces at Archer, ripping the necklace from his neck. This got me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But this magic is working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the bathroom, Alex does as he's seen Aunt Gladys do. He pricks his finger on the spiny point. As his parents slam their bodies against the bathroom door, he drags his bleeding finger across the stick. Downstairs, Justine is still staring at Paul's body when Archer enters the kitchen. With no warning, he wraps his arms around her neck and starts to choke her. Gladys strides in, commending him to do it just like that.
So she swarmed him in the basement, took some of his hair just really quickly.
That was fast.
Because, right?
Yeah.
She had to.
Well, she grabbed his necklace.
He's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but come on.
He's already gone.
In the bathroom, Alex pulls one of Gladys's long, spindly hairs from the wig and wraps it around the stick. He holds it steady with both hands. In the kitchen, Archer has lifted Justine from the ground as he chokes her. Gladys looks upon this unfazed, her voice soothing when she encourages. That's the way. Finally, Alex snaps the stick and Gladys's head turns toward the living room when she hears the stampede of little feet. She breathes. Oh no. The children come screeching out of the basement. Gladys screams, terrified, and runs out the front door of the house, flailing her arms as she goes. I guess she and James both went to the Jack Sparrow School of running. The kids run out, crashing through the windows of the Lily home in her pursuit. Gladys runs into the unlocked back door of a neighbor's house, panting as she runs through the house and exits out the front door. The family shares a look of bewilderment, but they shield themselves and cower when the children come rushing in, breaking the door and the glass of the windows and knocking down the father in their haste. A couple watches from the windows at the breakfast table as Gladys runs sobbing through their yard. The kids are chasing, crying out, their teeth gnashing. Gladys hurries through a side yard and closes the heavy gate door behind her, but the kids simply climb it and it falls under their weight, spilling them into the front yard. A man stops mowing his lawn to watch the old woman run from one yard to the next with a cluster of rabid children screaming behind her. A little girl in pink pajamas leads the pack. When Gladys runs through someone's screen door, we follow as the girl crashes through. When Gladys runs in through their back door, the girl crashes through the window. When Gladys runs out the front door, the girl explodes through that window as well, strategically cutting her off in the yard.
That's a first round draft pick. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. She took her down.
She wanted it. She wanted it.
She did. She tackles Gladys, and the woman is no match when she tries to crawl away. The swarm of the rest of the children burst through the house and pile onto Gladys in the grass as she begs them to get off of her. So this chase and what is about to happen right now. Cregger said that he ended up shooting it 3 times. He said he very much likes to feel in control of every element when he's directing, and this felt utterly out of control. The kids are running, they're screaming, they're climbing on each other, they're asking, and what's going to happen next? Can I do this part? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can we do this? And it was just chaos. And he said that he ended up shooting it 3 times because he was like, what are we even going to be able to use from this? But he ended up being very happy with the way it turned out.
Okay.
But I can't imagine.
No.
Yeah. How do you take control of that?
You don't, simply. In Alex's house, Archer continues to strangle Justine in the kitchen, and Alex sits against the bathroom door, where his parents continue to crash against it and snarl on the other side. His mother's head finally crashes through, and when she spots him, she looks down at him with her bulging eyes. She shrieks. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Gladys is screaming as the children's scratching, clawing fingers draw blood. Both of Alex's parents' heads are now through the door, and they reach their arms out to grab at him. Archer squeezes his arm tighter against Justine's throat, and her reddened face gasps for air. But in the lush green yard, the missing children, Gladys's weapons, are completing their revolt by ripping her to shreds. Little fingers plunge deeply into her blue eyes. Her limbs are ripped apart, skin stretching, tendons tearing, blood spraying. They bite her, and gaining purchase with their little hands inside of Gladys's screaming mouth, they rip her head in half.
Okay.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
No.
If I had to eat soup for that long, I'd be upset as well.
Like, this has nothing to do with
this is the
magic.
opposite. Yeah.
They said that they had conceived a fully mechanized body for Gladys.
Oh.
And so when they disengaged the magnets, the kids are just able to rip everything apart. And it was funny because one of the kids was like, I'm going to bite her finger. Like, they were like, I'm going to do this part. I'm going to do that. Like, they seemed like they had a really fun time.
Good.
But with the subtle ding of a bell, Archer finally loosened his grip on Justine, and she collapses to the floor. Archer looks around, coming back to himself, confused. He sees the chaotic disarray of the house and calls out for his son. All he needs to do is follow the damaged houses on their way to find the path. He even passes through the ruined home of the panicked family. The mother cries out that there's a man in the kitchen, but Arthur is just passing through. Justine gets to her feet, panting raggedly as she climbs the stairs to the second floor. She finds Alex's bedroom empty, but she follows the soft glow of candles on Gladys's floor down the hall. Walking through another house, Archer finally spots the children, standing catatonic on the front lawn, and his pace quickens to a run. Justine finally finds Alex, sitting on the bathroom floor with an arm around each of his quiet parents. The children all stand around the scattered, bloody remains of Aunt Gladys. Archer sprints to his son and snatches him into his arms. Matthew gives no reaction as Archer starts to cry, telling him that he found him. Justine cries too as she looks upon Alex hugging his parents, but they stare, their eyes vacant, the puncture marks from the fork standing out angrily against their skin. The narrator returns to reveal that Alex's parents are still being fed soup somewhere, but not by him. Alex moved to another town and he lives with a different aunt, but that one is a nice lady. Archer walks down the street, cradling his limp son, and the narrator says that all of the kids were reunited with their parents. As we press in on Matthew's slack, staring face, she adds that some of them even started talking again this year. It abruptly cuts to black. Under the Porch by MGMT plays, and the credits roll in a cool blue with that triangle looming larger and larger behind them. Before I ask, I just want to say that Cregger wanted the end of this film to be pressing in on Matthew's vacant face, and then it's over. Test audiences said that it wasn't enough. It was too ambiguous. They didn't understand. So the voiceover of the little girl was added to kind of bookend it. And it was his kind of meeting them halfway because he didn't want to do that at all. He just wanted to leave it there. Where it's like, yeah, we've defeated the evil or whatever, but the toll has been taken. Like, that doesn't mean that everything just goes back to normal. But he kind of left it up in the air, left it ambiguous, but people were like, we hate it. So that's why the little girl returns to narrate at the end.
Right.
I appreciate the book ending of the narration.
Yeah.
But part of me, I do respect his idea of this really bleak.
It's very bleak.
Ending.
It's very bleak.
Though it is hard to leave the theater on that note.
Yeah.
Because goddamn.
But I have to ask, so what did you guys think of Weapons?
So that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
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 Okay. So I do have a question though, and because Archer was fine. When she went, he was able to break the spell and just like, oh, hey, what was it?
Because she died.
Right.
Well,
but she controlled them too.
But maybe it was because it was just a matter of like, he was under a spell for maybe 45 seconds.
But well, that's what I was going to ask. Is it because she was leeching from the parents and the kids? Is that why they're not able to be broken out of it? Because if not, they all should have came to when she died.
Honestly, and we can't tell because Paul and James are straight up dead.
Yeah, they're gone.
So it's not like we can say because she didn't take anything from them.
Right.
So yeah, that might be it.
So I agree. I like the bookend because of that. I would have been mad too. I'm going to be honest. I probably would have been in that camp if we just ended like that. Because for me, it is that. Well, if Archer was able to wake up, why the hell didn't the rest of them?
Right.
But we do have that her, I guess, taking their essence or whatever she was doing to, like she told us, to heal herself. So, I mean, I guess I get it, but I mean, you know, I think again to I had a lot of fun with this movie, but it was just that, like I had mentioned earlier, I want to maybe, like you're saying, maybe in the prequel for Gladys, maybe we'll get some of whatever she's doing here. Because is it the tree that she's taking these branches from and using them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, what the hell is that tree?
Where did you get this from? What is that? Are you a lizard? Like, what's going on? What's happening? But what a fun ass movie. I will say that it's very entertaining. I watched it how it came, and it was good. My gripes are just like I said. everybody's kind of not great. You know what I mean? It's hard to just kind of, besides Marcus and Alex, and you know what I mean? Everybody
And
is
Terry.
And Terry,
Aw.
of course. But, you know, we spent very little time with Terry.
Mhm.
But it is just that. It's like, oh, man, Justine isn't great. Archer's an asshole. Even his kid was kind of sucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, what the hell's going on? James, of course, he was whatever, but he is doing bad shit. And Paul just sucked, period. It's like, oh my God, dude.
Just trash.
Yeah. So that was, I will be honest, for me, that was a little downside because it was hard to kind of try to relate to any of them or to try to grab onto any of them that I really kind of liked, like I said, besides Marcus. But without him, you know, turning, we wouldn't have got that cool, him attacking them in the parking lot and all that. I mean, but man, other than that, I don't think I have too much more honestly to kind of complain about. And I don't even want to say complain as much as it's just kind of little things that personally I didn't enjoy. Other than that, it looks cool. I would have liked a little more kids being weapons because the way I felt the marketing was we see children and then the name is weapons, but we don't see them really do anything as weapons until the end. They're more of a battery for her, or
Marcus was a weapon.
Right,
Archer
but
was
we
a weapon.
didn't see them in the trailer or in the posters. It was the kids.
Well, but the visual is cooler of the kids.
Well,
I want what I was promised.
I was told something, all right? But no, I mean, I get it and whatnot, but I do, that is to something else that I feel like for me, if the marketing is showing me something, that's what I get. There's a twist and I get there's whatever, but that's not really what you told me. I didn't get that until the last 5 minutes of the movie. And yeah, that was cool, but what, I mean, I feel like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I feel like it was a little cheated. You know what I mean? I don't like a little more weapons, kid weapons. You know, they're eating stuff. They kind of ate her.
Kid
eat some
weapons.
More. Eat your parents. Eat
everyone.
They're locusts now. You know,
That was
they turn into locusts.
That was Exorcist 2.
Oh, please, let's
And
not.
we don't need to.
We don't need to go back.
I don't know. I really did enjoy this movie a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I enjoyed it more on a second viewing, getting details that I might have missed the first time.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something very special about the way this story unfolds. And I do appreciate that feeling of almost a fairy tale situation with this narration, with this style of music, and these kind of archetypes used in a different way.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have to say, I know that the characters are not good.
No.
They are not good people for the most part. But I think that there's something about that works very well in this film because of how flawed they are.
Right.
And so not necessarily saying, you know, good guy, bad guy.
No, right.
But having this thing of just being like, you know what, these people are human. And Aunt Gladys, I don't know what she's got going on. But whatever we have going on, she's off on her own thing.
Yes.
Right.
She is her own like genre of absolute evil.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that kind of makes it a little more interesting to where the characters can be just who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And the dynamics that sprout up that you couldn't have predicted.
Right.
Like seeing how Justine and Archer start out.
Yeah.
You would never guess.
I really enjoyed that, of them putting everything to the side and working
Yeah.
together at the end. I did like that.
There's a greater evil.
Yes.
Exactly.
And it's exactly as Justine said at that meeting of her being like, I want to find these kids as much as you do.
Yeah.
It's like we have a common goal.
Yeah.
Which I think can also speak to maybe some of the underlying messages of some social commentary and political commentary that I was getting from the film too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just, and also how, you know, one influence can kind of spoil young minds in a certain way.
Yep.
So there's a lot here. Again, like you had said at the beginning, if you want to dig in, but if you don't, this film is entertaining as hell.
Yes.
It is, yes.
Just on its surface, just in its visual style, the way that it's shot, the way it's broken down into chapters.
Yeah.
I think that this is a really, really fantastic film. And I am a little like, when you see a film like this, you're like, this is good. We don't need any more. But I am curious.
I'm like, what's the
Yeah.
difference? Because people were like, can we get another Sinners? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
But this is like, yeah.
All right.
I'd watch a Gladys movie.
But yeah, I just think that there is something really interesting at the heart of this film, and I am glad that we got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is just a blast. There's something so special in all the movies that we grew up watching, watch for the show, watch as they come out. We've consumed a lot. And so to watch a movie where you don't know what the fuck is going to happen next, and it culminates in something where you're like, I can't believe this is happening right now. I love that feeling. And Weapons definitely delivered on that, because the beginning of this movie and then where we end up, there's no line. There's no line that you draw to get from here to here.
Yeah.
But we got from here to here.
And it's literally the same with Barbarian.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I think I just really love the unpredictability. I love getting to know, feeling a way about a character at first. It happened again with a movie that I watched recently that I don't want to spoil anything, but there are two people and I'm like, oh, obviously I'm rooting for this one. And then you get to know the other one better and you're like, oh my God, everyone fucking sucks here. I was wrong. And so meeting Justine and just feeling so badly for her at first, and then diving into her chapter and being like, oh my God, you fucking suck.
Yeah.
Meeting Paul and being like, dude, he's just trying to help out his friend, whatever. Oh my God, you suck even worse. Like, I love media, TV, books, movies where what you get at face value is not at all. And it is kind of fun to be wrong sometimes, of like, oh wow, this is not what I expected from this character at all.
Yeah.
And so I totally get why to you, John Paul, like you're like, I don't like anybody here. And that takes away from the movie for me. I think that in this film it does work, because I think the only people that I can firmly say we're really only trying to do the right thing in the right way were fucking Marcus and naively his husband.
Right. That is what's interesting, is as much as they are like, they have their own faults and whatever, it does work, like you're saying.
Yeah.
It does help the story. It does make everything flow better.
And poor Alex, dude.
Oh,
like,
man.
Jesus Christ. And he was a really good child actor. We talk about how that's that can make or break. But I don't know. This was just a lot of fun. We can slide into ratings too. I just I really enjoyed this. I enjoyed it. Like I agree with you, T. I think I liked it a little bit more this time, because even knowing where the story is going, you don't get that element of surprise, but you pick up on things that seem innocuous at the first viewing. And then when you know more and you watch it again, you're like, wow, he's in AA. Why is she pressuring him to have a drink?
Yeah.
But you don't know that when you watch it the first,
Right.
I don't know. And Donna too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Poor Donna.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's not lump Donna in with any of these people. But, no, I just think that it's really, really fun. And for as bleak as that ending is, which I think could even be a commentary on, like resilience and life after trauma and stuff like that. Because she did say that some of the kids started talking again. And maybe it's a journey where some of them can, rehabilitate. And Alex's parents, they're just in a hospital somewhere. Like, and what of Alex? What happens to him now?
He's living with a good aunt.
Yeah,
but
he's the coin.
how do you unpack the coin? How do you unpack that? Like, what kind of person, what kind of adult does Alex grow up to be?
Yeah.
Oh, what if it's Auntie from House 1977?
At least he has a cute cat.
Yeah.
But, I just think that there's a lot to talk about here, themes of addiction and gun violence and drug addiction and police brutality. And there's so many dark themes beneath the surface of this really fucking fun movie that has a really bleak ending, but still when the credits roll, you're like, damn, that was fun.
Yeah.
And I don't really know, I'm sure, his comedic background, how he was able to pull that off, especially, writing from this place of deep grief and calling upon childhood trauma and coming out with something that's such a blast. I think that that's really, he's just a talent, and I will be here for whatever the next one is.
Oh, yeah.
But on a scale from 1 to 10, and I'm already like, I don't know what the fuck I'm rating this. I'm stuck between 2, and I think I'm just going to go with the higher one because I really did love this. I loved it even more than I watched it the first time, and I watched it the first time in my private theater, and it really was a blast. So this may be a little too much, but on a scale from 1 to 10, peculiarly powerful plants, I am giving Weapons 9 out of 10 peculiarly powerful plants. I think this film is so much fun. It's one of my favorites from 2025.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't shake me to my core like Sinners, but I really did. I really had a great fucking time. And Aunt Gladys is an icon. And I will now open the floor to you.
No, yeah, I will agree with you on a lot of that. Like I said, and I know at the very beginning I said that I didn't have as much fun or enjoyment watching it this time. And I do think it is exactly like you were saying, though. But it did kind of hurt it for me. We do get to be with these characters and pick up on things we didn't see last time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also pick up on the bad. You also pick up on those things that are like, oh.
Where some pieces don't fully.
And where before it was, like you said, you don't fully know the story. Then watching it again, you're just like waiting for it. And it's like, oh, you're going to fucking ruin them. And it happens. And then you're just like, God damn it. And it is those
frustrating.
It is frustrating. And so I would like to take it back, and I don't want to say the enjoyment was gone, but the frustration of the characters was a little more intense.
That's
so it's not, the movie did its job. It did exactly what it was meant to do. If you felt something for these characters, whether it was anger or sympathy or whatever you did, you were meant to feel something, and I did. Probably wasn't the feeling that I was supposed to feel, but I mean, that how I feel about the characters can't really take away from the movie. The movie was fun, and I do feel the comedic background, because there's times, again, when Archer's kicking James over and over,
Right.
it's like,
Oh my God.
it comes to a point where it's like, okay, that's enough, but then it happens again, it's like, okay, it's funny again. That last time, it's like, that's funny.
Right.
A lot of that did work really good for me, and that did give me a lot of something to enjoy in the movie. It is bleak. The ending is bleak, and we all know I'm not one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do the bleak stuff. But again, I do agree with that. The movie looks beautiful. What's going on? Everybody does their job, what they were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I went and seen it with my son. You know what I mean? Both my sons, and it was like, this is great. You know what I mean? So I'll give an extra little for on top of what I was already giving.
All right.
But I did have a lot of fun with this movie. Wasn't one of my favorites for, last year, but it is there. It's a fun movie. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, peculiarly powerful plants, I'm going to give Weapons a 7.5. I had a lot of fun with the movie. Characters frustrated the shit out of me. But that's the job of the movie.
Right. The only real thing that I can think to highlight once more is just that non-linear narrative style.
Yeah.
Breaking it into these chapters and seeing things from these different perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
things that we hadn't seen before to give more context, or things that we had seen before but just from a different point of view.
Yeah.
I think that is really my favorite aspect of this film,
Mm-hmm.
because of course films have been made like this before.
Yeah.
But you do not see this very often or in this style.
Yeah.
And so when it's done, it does feel special, and it does feel a lot cooler than your typical, A to B kind of a plot structure.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of the better movies that pulls it off.
For sure. And I think just Cregger should be applauded for that. And there's something really, really impressive about the way that he is able to balance all of the things that are in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Not only the deep messaging that can be a little bit beneath the surface, but this level of comedy, sometimes even in a slapstick sort of way.
Yes.
Like all these heavy themes, like it takes a very skilled hand to weave all of this together and make it palatable and make it make sense.
Yeah.
And I just love a mystery. I loved not knowing what the hell was going on.
Right.
And legitimately being surprised once we found out what was going on.
Yeah.
I was just really impressed. I would say it probably was at least in my top 5 of 2025.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a blast returning to it, getting to talk about it again with you guys. I don't know what more I could add, frankly. I do want to say, of course, getting to watch this with Jules in Belgrade, it does take it to another level for me. The film's already great, but I think that it does take it to that next level, as I've explained.
Yes.
So we're in the balcony now.
Yes, precisely.
We're on the roof.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, peculiarly powerful plans, I am going to give Weapons an 8.5 peculiarly powerful plans out of 10. I don't think I said that right. But it doesn't matter. The episode's over.
Yes.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Weapons, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, beware of those parasitic people in your life that drain you of your energy. If you're not careful, they will bleed you dry until you are nothing but a shell of your former self. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo, yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Nuding, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy,
Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz,
Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jada Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Jaylene Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B, Elena C, Jillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raoul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Just Give Me One Wish Like Ray J, Skin Deep, Christian Salvatierra, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Showlivia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Knox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker Fokker, Sean Weeks, and Chardonnay Carlina. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you.
Yes, thank you for each and every one of you being simply superb. Superb.
Right, yeah, you don't have to say it.
We got it.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Until next time.